said that more Boulder County staff is on the way.
So we'll wait for them.
So we'll
till
wait for
6?
them. So we'll do the time of use presentation piece first.
Okay,
Okay,
come on up, you guys.
come on up.
Well, you too.
Morning, everybody. You.
Hi, I'm Jim Kerr.
All right, so what we're gonna do here is we're gonna start with, the electric time of use implementation and incremental utility rate increase discussion before we move to the affordable housing grant.
That's ringtone.
Did you, I was not really hearing,
Oh, it's going all over.
sorry,
That's okay.
that was Edward King before he built.
I'll blame him. All right, so let's start with time of use.
There. See, can you put
Do
the
you need
briefing up?
to screen share?
I guess I could.
For those watching who may not know, this is compare the chair of our utilities and engineering board.
Let's see. First, I gotta figure out how to get the Zoom.
Do you want me to?
Yeah, why don't you let you guys see it? There.
Was it that one? I said it.
I'm not, and it gets confused, it gets feedback
there,
and stuff, so if you pull up the presentation. And Jim can just have you move through it, are you able to open it?
Yeah, Victoria's gonna hop on. Another piece. Just like offered to go fishing.
It's interesting. So,
Does.
If you want, maybe the next one you could go through without seeing the screen and then go back to the first one. Might do the next one more. Just reading some of the details on it, where we're at.
Yeah, you wanna do an intro while the trustee?
Okay. let me, you can do that. First off, the briefing is just very short and concise. What I'm doing is just a quick overview update on the time of use. We had two parts of it that I saw that we needed to do. One, I want to do an update of the analysis. And you'll see the results on that. It's kind of cryptic on the second slide, but it's very little change as far as the rates go in doing that analysis. And I didn't provide all the details. I figured you didn't want to spend all that time looking at that. But I also wanted to mention a couple of the towns have gone there. San Miguel, Power Authority have gone there. And also Colorado Springs just started this month to implement time of use. They're huge. And one of the interesting things about I'm just talking about this off the top of my head. One of the interesting things about Colorado Springs is they have the same peak to non-peak ratio that we had proposed, the 4-to-1. San Miguel had 2-to-1, but I asked them about the 4-to-1 ratio, where they came up with that, and they said, well, they had a cost of service study done, and that's what came up with that. And their peak times are all basically the same as ours. Colorado Springs, I think, is 4-to-9, and San Miguel is like 4-to-9 versus 5-to-9 for Colorado Springs. And one of the interesting things that we saw about San Miguel, and I put a sample bill in there, is that they first implemented their billing system change before they actually changed their rates, so people could see, for months in advance what their peak kilowatt hours were and non-peak kilowatt hours were, and they got used to seeing it on the bill, knew it was coming. And so I just showed that in there as a quick sample bill there. And so I'm seeing that we'll do something similar for Lions. Maybe go to the next page. So what's required so far is we got the census test meter already modified. We still got issues with the reporting and so forth. I got Aaron's working that, and then we still have to update Cassell. And, what's the new look of the bill gonna be looking, like, and what's the time frame? Then what Aaron found is that, we'll have to manually go through the update process. So whether or not our billing clerk can handle that in batches, on how long that will take, I'm not really sure. Or we might pay Cassell to actually make the changes. So,
What exactly needs to be updated on every account?
Every account would have to, all 1,000 plus accounts would have to have a T1, T2, the type of meter,
The tiers.
the tiers
Okay,
put in
okay. All right,
individually because they're all different.
got it.
Hey, just one question on your chart here, the peak, mid-peak and non-peak hours. The last one, is that 9 PM to 4 AM?
Oh, here.
Oh, good.
where's that back?
Yeah, this was a question right here.
Oh,
No, that's correct because it's 9 PM.
no, yeah, it's 9 to 4 p.m.
You really almost have four different time periods because they're working with it. After, well, no, I guess you just put it last. And what I see, sometimes they're using it from 12 at night. So from 12 to the first period. Then you have the two different
Confusion.
mid-peak.
Yes, so
peak,
that'll go
mid-peak.
through from, 9 p.m. up to midnight, then it goes through all the AM. And then goes to PM down to 4 p.m. So that whole giant range in there of 19 hours is all the non-peak.
Okay. Yeah, I guess you're right, because if it's not that way, it leaves a considerable gap between 4 AM and 5 PM. Yeah, okay.
Right, yeah, so all those hours are all gonna be the same rate, the non-peak rate. And those are the rates
Which is
that I
correct.
show there. And again, there's only like a 1.3% change increase actually in the rates that I calculated, and that's to be getting around noise level given the variation for year to year. And then, we were looking at the peaks. I didn't show the peaks, but the peaks, all our peaks are very consistent, right around, 7, 6 to 8, something like that. And what we're trying to do is bracket that range. So when people move their peaks, they don't go way out or they don't make those peaks.
Ready for the next one?
Remind me, have the rate increase that we approved, because raised the rates earlier this year, is that now reflected in bills already?
Yes,
Okay. I know we wanted to get that into the bills before we made the time of use change.
right. Yeah,
What we're
so that-
seeing now in our bills.
Right, so that's in there along with the decrease of $1 in the base rate.
Base rate, yeah.
And also the change for, I guess, the non-residentials, not residential, non-residential, it's all the same. Okay, where are we? Okay, educate, so I guess what you need to implement all these, fix the software. And Aaron offline told me he's aiming for the end of this year. For that, it seems like that keeps getting delayed in my mind, it's like, so hopefully you have time to focus on it now and push them.
Yeah.
To get that,
Well, to some extent, I thought we wanted to wait to get either an ordinance or the direction that we are moving forward with time of use before we start changing all the billing and do that implementation.
okay. So I was thinking, let's see. So anyways, go to the next slide, So kind of what I was thinking.
Okay.
That was the last one.
That's
Six
what
of
that
that.
is it.
Oh, go up to the
First one.
No, back down. Oh, well, maybe that is the last one. What is the last one? Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, that, yeah, right there. So, what I was hoping or thinking that we could do is, we wouldn't necessarily even need the ordinance to change the billing system. Maybe if we just had a resolution of the Board of Trustees, that would be enough to change, because we wouldn't be changing rates. We'd be changing the look and feel. And that, as part of that, we can go with, educational program on that change, and then people will really be, or they'll know, it'll be right in their bill, they'll know there's something's coming. So then when we go through and do an ordinance change, you know, then there'll be a lot of focus on that, then you'll hopefully get more comments. Going forward, but you know, I can go either way, you know, if we want, we could go forward and push the ordinance change right now. Along with before we actually do the building changes. I could go either way, but I was thinking it might be better to just delay the ordinance until after the building changes happen.
Do we have any insight into how this all worked for San Miguel, the way that they rolled it out and what their customers thought about it? Do you have any insight into that?
I think they thought it worked really well to do it that way, that, what I heard is, you know, the number one thing is education, making sure people are totally aware of what's going on. And, they understand this, you know, there's a lot of misconceptions about, you know, anytime you change the rates, you know, people all of a sudden think we're a big corporation and we're gonna profit from it and blah, 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 and they don't understand we're nonprofit. So,
But it did let people see what their rate, how much they're actually using during that time, because most people are probably not aware. Right, specifically how much they're using between 5 and 8, how much are they using in the off periods? So with the change to the billing look, you would have those different rates and people could see ahead of time how much is there. And then they could potentially try to start changing and see if they're able to actually do that change ahead of time. Like, okay, this is coming, let me see if I can actually make these adjustments and what that would have on their bill, because they see it in the tiers.
Go ahead.
It seems to me, I agree, education is important. Seems to me, though, if we pass the resolution first, and then delay the implementation, put the billing changes in, so people would see how much they use during peak. And then, but no, okay, in 6 months, I have 6 month window to adjust my habits. Because my only concern, if you tell them it's on the bill, and anybody gonna look at it, but if they know it's coming and it's certain, then that may change the perception.
Why are we doing this?
what's that?
Why are we doing this?
Change the time of use.
I know, but what's the
The reason why we're doing it, you know, again, you know, I didn't repeat all the stuff in the briefing,
No,
but there's 3 primary reasons. You know, one, cost. Half our costs, half Lion's costs are based on the peak hour each month that we use. So right now, the costs aren't fairly distributed across the time frame. You know, 2, that peak hour, when you have your peak, it causes our utility to have more capacity. And so they have to build more. And so, and a lot of that peak hour generation is backup power in the form of carbon-based emissions. So it's a kind of, you know, 1 is fair allocation of costs, and 2, the carbon emissions. And it allows also people to, you know, save more on their bills. Because if you have, you know, a lower non-peak rate, then they can move their time over there and they can potentially lower their bill in order to do that. And it'll encourage things like electrification. And there's also issues with, like, as more and more high demand energy type functions get put on there, you know, things like people come home and they plug in their EVs, and that's going to drive the peak. It's going to increase the rates for everyone. And then the same thing with, as more and more people, you know, move to, you know, things like, air conditioning from swamp coolers. That's going to also drive the peak, and having the time of use, would encourage them to do things like maybe go to high efficient, heat pump rather than, you know, non-efficient air conditioners, which are subsidized by constant rate.
Well, I think the last 2 points are the most important, the green aspect of it and the pocketbook part of it. I think you can, I don't think anybody's gonna object to it. Yeah, no, thank you, Jim.
Dave, did you have something?
Well, I was just gonna add, because I think in prior discussions, you're right on, but because half of our mean bill comes from peak ratings. And so with electrification, I think it's inevitable, our rates are gonna have to go up. Not that what they have been, quite a bit more, so I think this is a proactive step to keep rates down by reducing the peak demand.
Yeah, and say for instance, actually, it was just this last week, I think on Friday or something like that, we got a notification that from Mean that our WAPA transmission rates are going up by, how much was that? Like
15%.
15%. Went up 15% in October.
Yeah.
It's only 10% of our bill, but you know, it's again, and those WAPA transmission rates are wholly based on peaks. There's not a non-peak component of that.
Attorney Devin has his hand.
Attorney Devin?
Oh, I just want to add a little bit of color to this too. So Excel Energy's been on a 2-tier peak rate opt-out system for a long time now. And in terms of do people like this, I think at first they experience quite a bit of friction on this, but again, I think it stresses how much education needs to be done around this issue. I mean, months of education about how your bill is changing. But what I will say is that time of use rates are a lot easier for people to understand than demand rates. And so we have seen less problems with trying to implement time of use rates and getting people to eventually transition to that. And there, as it was kind of mentioned, there's real savings to be had for EV users in particular. Less of a case for other types of users, but for EV in particular, it's a big boon for them.
Thank you.
I had a question. Fort Collins was one of the first municipalities in Colorado to go to this. What if they experienced, what kind of long-term monitoring if they had to do it? They had to make major changes since they implemented it and where I'm going to, what kind of staffing levels have they changes that they had to make, if any, because they went to time of use? Do they have to keep somebody constantly adjusting the system, or is it basically adjusting a new system just like you had to adjust an old system as transmission rates change and so forth?
I haven't heard that they've had, you know, any increase in staff or anything like that. I talked to the person involved in it. And again, they implemented it for residential. If anything, now they're talking about moving it over into not residential also.
That's right, they haven't fully done it for commercial yet, correct?
That's, yeah, because their peak time is the highest cost.
And but they're non-residential, they got some, you know, major, you know, I think producers there, you know, out of our league, you know, that they have to consider.
Lee, do you have any questions?
I would encourage you to focus not here where we're trying to do implementation, but once we do education on the 2 top lines, what it saves the town or why we want them to do it, and what behavior we're trying to drive. So what are the things that people can do once we have time of use to save money on their bills and save us as a town some money?
Yeah.
You mentioned both of those, just a quick shot of those every time we bring this up. Like you said, one way I hope to drive that could be really simple or might turn out to be really complicated. As you're designing this billing system for our statements, one thing that would make it easier for me to digest is if I saw the percentage of my use in each category, peak, non-peak.
Yeah.
If I just saw that number, I would work on that number. And I was a little surprised it didn't show up on the sample that we had, but it's an easy thing to calculate and display. Strikes me as an easy thing for people to work on.
That's great, especially, you know, if it could be coupled with you could have saved, or you would save this much money.
Exactly. There we go. A little bigger.
Bigger questions? Okay. Oh, great, thank you so much.
Okay.
Look forward to the discussion later in the meeting. Hope you can watch it at home, comfy with your slippers on.
Well,
Thank
and
you.
just to follow up on what Trustee Williams was saying, I would love to see a sample transition bill to see what that, because this isn't an actual bill, correct, not a transition bill. I would love to be able to see what that would look like. before it goes out. So we see how that is communicated.
No, that's,
I think that's really-
I expect that we would have that before we, ask the board to do anything.
You're just saying the format of the bill, not
Yeah.
the actual rates. But the rates have to be by ordinance.
Just like, how are we gonna draw their attention to this being a like, this is
And I think that's,
I'll know
that
this.
staff will be able to do that.
yeah.
I don't think that's a-
We'll have to work within what the express
Well, I just-
pay,
I would
what our
like to
billing
see-
software options are, but we'll see what their options are.
Okay, Sal?
Yeah.
I mean, would it be,
Maybe we can include some samples in our, if you guys get to it before the next meeting, just some samples for education. What it might look like. All right, let's move on then to our second utility discussion, which is the incremental utility rate increase discussion.
So this was a, item that was brought up by the trustees as something to discuss. So I put together some of the information that I had based on what we had heard from the trustees and a request to try to discuss what incremental utility rate increases would have. And then Director Icestone also has some input on that as far as where things might go. So it was sort of discussing where we're at now. We have the wastewater utility, which does have basically an incremental increase based on the CPI each year. You may remember we went through that last year of 3 point something%. And it's listed in this year's budget also. Then we also have the other 3 funds that do not have any type of incremental increase set to them, the water, the stormwater, and the electric. So I think some of the discussion was around, do we want to do something that's the same for all the utilities? Are we looking at this because of the concern about capital improvement costs? It seemed like that was where this came from, that understanding we're going to have high capital projects that need to be met. And so should we start looking at the standard incremental cost because of that? There are some concerns on the electric utility with the requirements. Attorney Dittman mentioned that there are separate, different requirements for an electric utilities rate setting than the other utilities. So we may have to take that into consideration if we develop something that's going to be a standard type of increase. I know Director Icestone mentioned she wasn't looking specifically for a CPI increase, but also the idea of if we have some big projects that we see down the line, we want to start thinking about those now and not wait till the last minute for trying to figure out how to fund a $2 million project that we might look at as coming up in 5 years. Or if we're going to amortize that over a number of years, that we're breaking that down then into what are our actual capital costs each year and try to start including that more in those rates. As far as the current rates was just discussed, we just changed the electric utility rates this year to try to better adjust them to what we were seeing as far as the structure of those rates. We put the same fee for residential and commercial for the usage, and we adjusted the base fee based on the type of meter they had and how that might affect the not the base fees, but the one-time fees. Like, I don't know what I want to call those, but the costs you see all the time, not the recurring costs. We also looked at how we might want to adjust the water utility rates because we're seeing the cost of water from Longmont go up each year. So is that a reason to look at incrementally increasing our water rates when we try to understand exactly what percentage that cost is to our overall expenses? Is it still something we need to say every time Longmont goes up 10%, it may only be 1% of our actual expenses. And so do we look at going up that 1%? So those were some of the things we threw out there and trying to get a better understanding of what some of the trustees were interested in as far as incremental rate increases.
Thank you. And I think, if I recall correctly, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, one of the main reasons we wanted to discuss this is what we want to avoid is having large sudden rate increases for our ratepayers. And so we thought if we did it more incrementally, it would be more tolerable for the ratepayers.
As well as put money aside for, we know those upcoming
Yeah,
big capital investments we've seen around Boulder County where several cities and towns have had to have massive increases, and I think it would behoove us to avoid that. So I just look at it as, do we put some kind of depreciation schedule together on each of these assets and start putting that as part of what the overall charge is?
Or simplicity is more helpful, we just do CPI and all of that.
Yeah.
No,
Exactly.
Brandon, that's not possible with electric, right?
Attorney Divin? Can ask him later.
I'm here.
Great.
And just doing CPI is not possible with electric rates, correct?
No, it's not, because you have to do special noticing for electric. And so the only way you could do it is to go through that process. I mean, I guess you could do it, but it can't be automatic. Like the other ones.
So that you'd have to do the process every year.
Every year, you'd have to go through that process, yeah. It requires expanded noticing that the others don't, is basically what it has to be published more times before you can do it. And it's just because the state statute for electric is laid out that way.
Thank you.
Yep.
I see here that the UEB is recommending that all utility rates, including electric rates, if allowed by law, should be set by resolution with public hearing and not ordinance. Is that, Brandon, is that something that we could do that was, if it turns out to be a yearly increase, then that could make things simpler for future boards?
I think electric has to be done by ordinance, I'm pretty sure. But let me check on that. I have a whole memo on this. It's a complicated process. So I'll get back to you in a little bit, but I believe has to be done by ordinance for electric, which is
But the other utilities could be done by resolution with public hearing.
The only way that it wouldn't is if you had it in your code. So for some rates in the past, they were hard coded into the code. And so in order to update that, you need ordinance, of course.
No wastewater's in code, right?
But there's nothing legally requiring you to do it by ordinance for the other utilities. But let me check on electric just to make sure I'm being accurate. But I believe electric is done by ordinance.
Okay.
A bit of history on this. The doing rates by resolution rather than ordinance has been discussed before. It makes it, when something unexpected happens in particular, it makes it much more flexible to do it that way. Objections were raised at the time, and I remember this was a big thing for former Mayor Angelo. No, we want a hearing process with 30 days notice and 2 sets of hearings, because the concern was notifying the public and getting input from the public on those. So and it's been that way in the code for a long time. So we didn't change it at that time, but if you'll notice the UEB's suggestion that it be changed to be done by resolution included a requirement that even if it's done by resolution, a public hearing would be held, which we can do. We don't customarily do public hearings on resolutions, but we can and have when we've decided it's appropriate. And so that's in there kind of to address that historic concern that you really want to give the public a chance to give notice and have their say. And so that's why that aspect of it was in there.
Yeah. Brandon?
Yeah, so for electric, it doesn't require an ordinance so long as, again, it's not hard coded into your code. However, you do have to publish it for 30 days before you can do it. And you must have a public hearing after that 30 days, but no more than 60. In addition to being published in the newspaper a few times. So different process for electric, requires a public hearing. But you can do it via resolution, it appears.
Just elaborate on the UEB, your suggestion. What we found, and when we were looking at water rates, is there's no staff can change the rates right now according to the ordinance. And, it could just be published in the fee schedule every year. So what we were looking at is, well, what can we change to make everything the same so it's, consistent? And also try to make it a little bit simpler to do, yet have the requirement for the public hearing.
That makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. Okay. We'll talk about that later. Thank you, Chair Carter. Thank you for your flexibility.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, as always. Okay, so we will move on to the next item in our workshop. Which is the 2025 Affordable Housing Grant Agreement with Boulder County Housing Authority, and we have a bunch of Boulder County staff here. Thank you for joining us. And Commissioner Stolzen, thank you for joining us.
You can sit here.
Sorry, yeah.
Oh, I can sit here.
Yeah, sorry,
Thank
yeah,
you.
no,
Yeah.
here and then, yeah,
If you guys want to sit here too, go ahead.
yeah, whoever might be speaking.
Sonas for primarily.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, presentation. One second.
Yeah, if you do, brief introductions, maybe Lisa,
Yeah.
when you're ready.
Right.
Got it. Thank you, Mayor and Trustees. Tonight you are here to hear an update from Boulder County. Both on the affordable housing agreement that's in your packet later tonight, as well as the sub-agreement that will dedicate those or direct those funds to BCHA. As well as just a little bit of an update on where we are on the work happening on Carter Court and the storage project. So with that, this is Susanna Lopez Baker, Executive Director of Boulder Housing Department. Sorry, I'm gonna let you handle that, and then if you want to introduce the rest of your team for Boulder County, thank you.
Yes, thanks for having us today, Board of Trustees. I don't think I've had the pleasure to present to your board before, so I'm really excited to be here. I have met several of you though, and I've always enjoyed the time that we've had. So yes, my name is Susanna Lopez Baker. I serve in two roles, and so the beginning of this role, or the beginning of this presentation, will be the Housing Department for Boulder County. So I am the Boulder County Housing Department Director, and big pause, I also serve as the Boulder County Housing Authority Executive Director. And so both BCHA and the Housing Department are coming together, and it's might be confusing, so I'll do my best to try to keep things very separate. But the affordable and attainable housing tax is very much Boulder County and Boulder County only. So the only way that the Housing Authority can engage in any of these funds is by partnering with the municipality that the Housing Authority represents within Boulder County. And so that's why we've kind of mushed the two together today, but we will begin with just talking about the Affordable and Attainable Housing Grant. So as you know, AHT passed in 2023, overwhelmingly by Boulder County voters with a little over 70% of the vote. So those funds did not become available for housing use until 2025. So this is the first time that we've had access to these dollars. So most of 2024 was really studying and trying to understand what do we want to use those dollars for. Our staff met directly with all 10 municipalities throughout Boulder County to really understand what type of projects or programs they wanted to develop. And so we spent a lot of time with Victoria during 2024, and we identified two projects that we wanted to fund. But this chart here shows just the overview that the Boulder County Commissioners decided on the use of the funds for the first 2 years. So it is a 65-35% split, 65% for capital development, 35% for housing supports throughout Boulder County. So you could see the breakdown there. Boulder County was allocated 38% of the 65% of the dollars. So that number is shown on screen, as well as City of Boulder with 32% and City of Longmont with 30%. And just ironically, the breakdown was about a third when it came to population split. And so it was sort of a little kind of an easy split for us at Boulder County. So those funds are finally getting out the door. We have officially funded the City of Lafayette, Willoughby Corner, a project that BCHA manages, as well as a homeownership opportunity that they had for about $750,000. So that's exciting. And then also last week, we executed an agreement for City of Boulder to receive their funds. And they are doing two projects with their housing authority, Boulder Housing Partners.
And Louisville's, I believe.
Louisville's up next. We're kind of all getting on everybody's docket like we are here today with you. So City of Longmont goes this month as well, and Louisville is next. Yeah. Yeah, and I think we did want to talk a little bit about just sort of what the structure looks like. So as a reminder, the ballot language calls for preservation, renovation, maintenance, acquisition, development, and construction of housing. And the funds have to be used within 24 months. That was one of the conditions. And then also AMIs up to 120% for workforce housing and home ownership opportunities. So we do have a pretty wide range. Let's see, any land banking parcels do have to go to an affordable housing project. So that was something else that was noted. And let's see, before some of the funding conditions we have are that funds need to be distributed prior to the execution of an agreement. So we've been working on that execution of the agreement with different staffs, and every municipality is a little bit different. So we're really trying to meet the needs of each of those towns. Let's see, there is a subject to restrictive covenant of those projects unless the town has their own ordinances in place in which your ordinance would supersede Boulder County's. And so we are working to be flexible with that with our legal teams as well. But essentially we are sort of at the next steps of the town needing to accept those funds. So the process is Lions will accept those funds and sign a funding agreement with Boulder County. And then Lions can approve BCHA to be a subrecipient of those funds and create your own terms in which the housing authority would have to agree to. And so there's a little bit of two steps. So that Boulder County wants to give the funds to Lions, and then Lions can execute their own agreement with BCHA on whatever terms or conditions that they would want. And so staff has been working on that, both housing staff and town of Lions staff. Let me see if I have my notes on this slide. And so there were two projects that were awarded for 2025. I'm sorry, you could go back.
Sorry.
Yeah. And so that's Carter Court at $700,000 and 224 Seward at $200,000. And so the Carter Court kind of came to us last year as a pretty exciting project. Home ownership is something, an identified need countywide. And so any type of home ownership that we can do is exciting for us for an affordable rate. So the homes that we are considering are homes under 500,000. And so for the town of Lions, we know that that is affordable. And so we're excited to do that. BCHA is really focused on home ownership over the last year and a half or so. As you may know, Willoughby Corner is our really big new construction project in Lafayette. And in our phase 3, which we are currently working on, we have 80 homes of affordable housing. And so to bring homes, scattered site new homes throughout the county is really a big goal of the housing authority. And so we're working on that in a few other communities as well. And so the next slide kind of talks a little bit about what we've done so far on Carter Court. As you know, BCHA loves being in the town of Lions. We own 4 other properties throughout the town. We have staff here every day. We're delivering services here every day. So we want to continue to expand that work. We really do enjoy our time with staff. And then these are some of the things that we've done thus far. We've done some planning, some engineering work, looked at product type that would work, really understand the size of the property, what type of product would fit there nicely. And so now we're at a point where we need to do some more studying of that site and some serious engineering work. As you know, there's some land bank, water issues that we want to make sure that the parcel is viable before we move any further with the project. And then the other project that we have is, oh, sorry, I don't know if there's anything.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Yeah, no.
Covered that.
Yep, so I think I said all of this. But yes, our next step is before we move any further to really work on a budget, but we're at a point where we feel like we need to buckle down and do some serious studying of the site. And then I do want to just quickly talk about Seward Mobile Home Park. So we acquired this site almost 1 year ago, January actually of this year, we acquired the site. We purchased for $1.7 million. We have done a little bit of studying in terms of grading. When we were purchasing during our due diligence, we did understand that there were some issues with the property, so we've been doing a little bit of mitigation work there. And then the mobile homes, several of the mobile homes on the property were pre-1976. So it'd be very difficult for us to find any funding to fix those or replace those units. So any units that are, the 2 units that we have taken down for health and safety reasons were 1964, 1967. So we're just pulling those units down as people naturally leave. We have not asked anyone to leave the property, but as they decided to leave, we did demo those units. So we worked really closely with all the people on the site. And then because people live there, we're not in a big hurry to push our next development ideas there. BCHA, although purchase does not manage the site, we will start managing that site in January of 2026. So we're gearing up now. Our finance teams are working with the current property management teams to ensure it's a seamless transition for the residents. We did have a community event. I think some of you may have attended. Yay, that's great. And just wanted to do a meet and greet for staff to see, these are the faces you'll see on the property come January. This is how you reach us at Boulder County. It was a really nice event. We called it an appreciation, and we've had a really nice time just getting to know the park residents. Our next steps and what we plan to do with the $200,000 from affordable and attainable housing tax is to continue to study the site. There's a retaining wall need that kind of came out again during our due diligence that we want to make sure we understand, and then some grading issues, as well as really understanding some of the setbacks and entitlement processes that we know need to happen before we take next steps of redeveloping that site. So, but it is in our pipeline and we're really excited. And I think I'm ready to answer any questions you may have.
That's great. Thank you so much, Susanna. So I know we may have some questions about kind of where we are in the process, and then also some specific questions about the agreement itself. So let's start out with questions about where we are in the process as a whole, and then move on to more granular questions. And I'll kick us off, and my biggest question is, what happens to the $700,000 if it's determined that Carter Court is not viable?
That's a really great question. So this is our first year with affordable and attainable housing tax, as I said. And so there's a couple of different things that can happen. The town can come up with a new project or a new idea and essentially ask the county to change course on that project. And so that would have to be approved by the Boulder County Commissioners. Or you can decide to return those funds and it can go back into the AAHT pool. So I think we have a couple of different options depending on whether or not it's viable.
Could one option be to funnel it toward 224 Seward, or is there not enough time to do that?
Possibly, yes. I think that's absolutely an option. As we're starting to study the site, I think we'll have more of a timeline to move forward on. One of the things to note is Lions did not have a 2026 AAHT request. And so we have just presented our 2026 request to the county commissioners 2 weeks ago. And so we don't have a request in for that. So yes, we could potentially ask for those funds to be diverted to Seward. And maybe even request the timeline there. Because again, it's a 2-year commitment, so the 2025 expire in 27, so we can maybe ask for anything.
Any other top level questions?
Can I follow up on your questions? That was a good question. When will we know if it's viable?
That's a good question. We have to study the site. I think by all of our preliminary budget, the 700,000 is more than enough to kind of cover the cost. But there are some outstanding factors on how the land will come into the project will be a big determining factor. If it's donated, if it's purchased, if it's reduced. I mean, there's a lot of different things that could kind of affect the budget in that way. We do believe though, working with the site, because a lot of the infrastructure is complete, that the cost can be potentially kept pretty low. Our goal is again to keep these homes under 500,000. So whatever we don't supplement will be passed on to a home buyer and raise the cost of the home. So.
I have a question.
Please.
We haven't even discussed Carter Court amongst ourselves yet. We haven't come to any resolution on how that might transact. Are you talking about giving this grant money to the town before we reach any agreement on Carter Court or afterwards?
I think that's maybe a question for staff. I'm not quite sure.
So I guess my understanding of the transfer of funds, what we've heard from our conversations with the county is they're to the point in further executing kind of their due diligence where they need to start hiring engineers and professionals to further evaluate and design, you know, for example, the stream bank restoration. And so BCHA isn't funded for that work from their own budget. They're funded for that work from these AHT dollars. So we're at a little bit of a, unless BCHA wants to continue to expend funds on the town's behalf without knowing for sure that the agreement will get passed. So that's a little bit of my understanding from, does that answer your question? So we don't know the full answer.
You're taking a little bit of a risk that we're going to come to a mutual agreement on the Carter Court lots.
I- The board already has, that's why we're here now.
We haven't formally determined what the transaction will look like.
Correct. We haven't decided what the transaction would look like, but the reason we got to this point was because the board, majority of board said to move forward with investigating this.
But not formally,
Not when.
not formally.
We had a work session where we gave an update and we got, you know, my recollection is we got authorization from the board to continue exploring development
Yeah.
potential with BCHA on Quarter Cart. So you probably remember there. And then we, you know, have had some conversations, but we still do not have the final development proposal, which will come back to the board outlining number of units of total ask and, you know, land donation, water taps, what have you. But my understanding from working with BCHA staff is they need the funding from the AHT dollars to hire the professionals to make these design decisions.
All of them. So we keep talking about 600,000 in our capital plan, but the real budget is 700,000. Why is there only 600 that's shown in our capital plan?
Or 700,000 is the amount of the AHT dollars.
Yeah.
So that's the tax dollars.
They're
funded.
willing to put toward this project. Our last estimate on stream bank is what you're thinking of for the sick.
No,
No,
no, in our capital plan, it shows $600,000 when we looked at
for
it.
stream bank.
No, it says for Carter Court. Right?
I think that was for our,
I'm only asking, it's 600, we're reflecting 600,000 in our budget, but we're talking 700,000. Are we getting, what are we getting, 700, 600?
7.
The AHT agreement would be for $700,000.
Okay.
For Carter Court, it's
For Carter
actually
Court,
900.
Question.
Stewart.
No,
So we could conceivably hold this money for an extended period of time. I noted that it doesn't sound like construction is going to take place very quickly on this. So if we have the money and it's accruing interest, who keeps the interest?
So the way the agreement and the subrecipient agreement are structured, Boulder County would fund Lions would fund the entire amount to BCHA, along with all the obligations associated with the agreement to begin and further the exploration and the engineering studies. Is that, so they wouldn't, but prior to any additional approvals, would have to come back.
Just maybe,
Yeah.
maybe Cassie can answer the question. So we're given $700,000. We're not gonna be using it for a while.
Well, we have to spend it in 26.
Okay, but we can
Well, for
get
that year,
3.5%, 4% interest. on
Yeah, I don't
it.
believe there's any
Where does that-
stipulation.
Where does that interest go?
we can put it in the bank, yeah.
Well, I don't know that we wouldn't be transferring it directly to BCHA
Immediately,
immediately.
all of it or?
But I
That
can
can
you
be
could
a
potentially,
agreement, so the trustees can decide that, you can ask me for invoices and reimburse BCHA, that would be fine with us, so that is really up to the board, to the
Yeah.
town.
the way it's structured now, it would all transfer immediately to BCHA, along with all of the reporting obligations to the county to execute the work of the project. However, you know, if it doesn't, we could structure the subrecipient agreement differently. Where, you know, BCHA could request reimbursement for when they, you know, for example, hire the engineer to design the, you know, final stream bank restoration. Or, you know, dialogue more, more regularly with the Board of Trustees in terms of action. So I guess to some degree, this is sounds like it's
Yeah.
still open. The way it's structured now, again, it would just, the town of Lyons would be a pass-through, it would be all going to be CHA to be able to make these decisions on how to spend this money for Carter Court Sewer.
So it sounds like to me that the way that my invest, we're all new to this, right? It's a new
Yep.
concept. So Boulder County collects the tax.
Yes.
And the Boulder County decides which projects to fund.
Yes.
So to spend the tax money in the ways that the voters approved, that's to funnel through the town and back to BCHA. Is that correct? Okay. Thank you.
Or other housing authorities or other nonprofit housing providers. So we are not the only ones that you can commit funds to, but because we represent the town of Lyons, we work really closely on, potential projects.
Okay.
Potential future allocations, if Lyons applies, we could have partner with a different entity, for example, in another funding year to have a different development partner.
Go ahead.
The purchase price for the Seward property, where did that money come from?
Those were ARPA dollars, sir.
Okay, so that wasn't county tax.
Correct, it was not. It was ARPA dollars that were allocated for mobile home parks. And so that allocation came in 2022, I believe. And so we had a balance in 2024 and we were able to purchase.
And whatever costs of operations or management, I guess is the right word, for the sewer project that have been incurred since the county bought it, are those coming from the ECHA's general budget and not the tax?
Correct. So that is solely on BCHA books now.
Let me pose a hypothetical. This gets structured like your suggestion, 700,000 to the town, goes right back to BCHA. BCHA hires engineers, and the engineer's report comes back, and the conclusion is it's gonna cost so much to do the stream bank remediation. That this basically is a non-economical project. And let's say you spent $100,000 on engineering reports. Who eats that money?
So the AHT dollars would ideally be used to pay for those funds, the stream bank work or civil work that's done on the site.
And if the town were to try to come up with an alternate project, if it was determined that Carter Court wasn't feasible, would that be a project that would have to be, where the money would still have to be spent by the end of 2026?
Well, I think we can petition the Boulder County for permission to shift gears on a different project and potentially ask for an extension.
Yeah, because chances of that happening by the end of
Sure.
2026, if it takes several months.
Yeah.
To do an engineering study, you're probably pretty slim.
Ashley Stolzman, one of the county commissioners. We have a tax that's called the worthy cause tax that has more history than the affordable and attainable housing tax. So I'll just tell you how it would work in that. And we can probably imagine it would likely work in a similar way. So with worthy cause funds, nonprofits can apply to us for funding for capital projects that fit within the tax measure. And they have 2 years to extend the funds from the time that we reach agreement. And sometimes when we've reached agreement over the life of that tax, projects have either completely turned a corner and failed. And in some cases, the nonprofit has said, we, aren't pursuing this any longer. The tax funding comes back and then we simply reallocate it in the next round of grants, since we award grants every year. And in other cases, they've come and said, okay, our original plan was to have XYZ. Now we're going to have YZ alpha. Would the county commissioners accept that? And sometimes the county commissioners have said, yes, that's consistent with how it was awarded and it meets the criteria and we still would have given it. And sometimes the commissioners have said, adding that in, taking that letter out completely changes it. You've got all your points through the scoring process for having that X in there. And now you're saying you're not even gonna deliver that, so we're not gonna do that project. So most often, the county commissioners say yes to the changes in projects is what I have observed. But it is a decision of the Board of County Commissioners that would come up. And similarly with this, the county commissioners will approve the project list. And it's born from the different areas, we'll hear from you and your staff of like, these are projects we want to do. And then we'll say yes to funding them, and they don't always work out. And so then we work together to either see, can we repurpose, or do we need to just start over and change course?
Virgin?
It would appear in the draft agreement that a lot of the responsibility for reporting and whatnot comes back to the town. And of course, we incur costs related to that. Are we able to take that out of that 700,000?
It's a really good question. So the, no, this is all capital fees and so, or capital funds. And so any administrative funds are not allowed by the tax. But, in the agreement, the town of Lyons, in the subrecipient agreement, all of those reporting requirements actually come to BCHA staff. We have developers on staff, we have, housing teams that it's not, extra work for us. It's sort of just, I guess it's always extra work, but we have the expertise that we feel comfortable being able to
That
deliver.
doesn't seem to be spelled out in the agreement.
So it's
in the
two different
subrecipient
agreements, yeah.
agreement.
And we don't have the other agreement.
They're both in the packet. So the first agreement, the town is
That's in the sub.
the subrecipient agreement basically then assigns BCHA. That Lyons will give the funds to BCHA along with the majority of the obligations. There are a few obligations that the town of Lyons would keep. Some demonstration of a housing needs assessment, as well as just kind of demonstration of commitment to supporting affordable housing, either through these projects or more broadly. So I don't know if you want to speak to those, if there's any questions on those, but all of the reporting obligations would fall on BCHA. It doesn't mean though there won't be a staff time and impact to guide BCHA through our development process, as well as, review plans and things like that. So it doesn't meant to imply we won't have staff impact to work on it, but not on the reporting side.
I've got kind of a couple of big picture questions, and some of these relate to things in the agreements and some don't. We've got a lot of people from the county here, so I'll take this opportunity to ask if the representatives of the county are aware that about 3 years after our flood, our town board of trustees at that time, by resolution, set a local affordable housing goal of 10% affordable housing, 80% AMI or less. And then the following year, 2017, the town of Lyons signed on to the Boulder County Housing Partnership and committed to try to do its part toward meeting a 12% countywide housing goal, but at that time specified that 12% countywide housing goal was not the local housing goal. Our goal remained at 10%. And counting Seward, units at the Seward property, it appears the town of Lyons has met both its local 10% goal and its share as set forth in the document at the time of the countywide 12% goal. So, number one, is the county aware that that's the history of affordable housing commitments in Lyons?
I didn't know that you had your own goals, so that's great to hear that there was a goal even previous to the regional housing partnership goal. Thank you for sharing.
And I was aware of both pieces, and really the projects that we come up with in the list really are born from the community. And so what the pleasure of the board is, like, we are really trying to be good partners and good public servants. We have more projects than we can possibly fund. And so if the board collectively says this isn't right, like, we have more projects than we can possibly fund with the affordable and attainable housing tax, and we can repurpose them to a better project.
Well, in the agreement, one of the things that, as Lisa mentioned, despite the subrecipient agreement, it says, basically, the subrecipient agreement says, Boulder County Housing Authority will do the reporting and take on these responsibilities, except, and it lists several things. And one of the things it lists is a 12% local affordable housing goal for Lyons, which no board of trustees has ever set. We set a 10% goal, and frankly, some of us are very proud that we've met it. We're far ahead of Boulder, well, not in most other communities in the county in meeting our local goal. And so I wonder where that came from, that a 12% Lyons goal appears in a contractual document when our board of trustees, dating back to 2016, has never adopted such a goal.
It is most likely copy and paste from another agreement with another municipality. I'm sure that's something we can, if that is the pleasure of the board, I'm sure that's something we can modify.
And as you know, one of the resources of Lyons were looked at that time, and we have a bigger percentage of our small town limits in the floodplain, in floodway than other places. We're surrounded by hilly topography. We're surrounded in another places by Boulder County's parks and open space stuff, so that our capabilities of doing what Walmart can do flat area with less in the floodplain are greatly different. That's why I believe the board back in 2017, 2016 set those goals. And so if that's just simply an oversight being in there and something that can be changed, that's fine. But the way it reads right now, it would contractually commit the town of Lyons to reach an affordable housing goal that we haven't set. When, in our view, my view at least, we've already met our goal.
Well, let's talk about amending that in discussion.
All right.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Spokesman, for that. That's really quite helpful. Kind of going back to the curiosity, and let's just say that the report discovers the card report doesn't work. I was a little surprised to hear you say that it's possible that some of those funds could be moved to sewer.
Well, I think we are all in agreement that Seward needs to be redeveloped, and so
Yeah.
I think as we continue to study that site, we know how much redevelopment costs are in the millions and millions of dollars, so I think if we are at a point where we could reassign those funds, I think we'd be at a point. For example, I think the Victorian, Lisa and I have started discussing our request for Seward for a 2027 request. So although we weren't ready for a 26, because this is our first year and we're still trying to get the funds out the door, we do anticipate having a 2027 request for Seward with AH to go.
And your reason for being 700 on Carter and 200 in sewer was because Carter gives you an opportunity for purchase.
Yeah, it's a homeownership opportunity, yes.
Thanks.
Mhm.
Do you think that would ever be an opportunity at sewer? Do you think there would ever be a way to make that
Yeah.
maybe even part of it?
Yeah, I think as we are learning more about the town that might, and especially the community in which it sits, the neighborhood it sits, it's surrounded by homes, and so I imagine that will likely be a part of the project, but we don't know and we don't like to assume. We want to do some
Yeah.
work with the community and really hear what is wanted there. So we are very much community driven, and so we haven't begun that investigation. So we're really trying hard not to imagine, even though developers love to imagine. So we're trying not to.
Well, with full disclosure, I'm a neighbor of that property.
Yeah,
So,
thank you.
it's down the alley. Let's, trustee Williams?
In full disclosure, I'm a developer with an imagination.
I'm aware, Trustee William. I've seen your imagination come to life though, so it's really beautiful.
Thank you very much. Do you have a budget within that 700,000 that you think is likely to be spent on engineering to get us to the point where we think we either have a go or a no-go?
Yes, and so the preliminary budgets show that as long as it's not more than 700,000, it's a viable project.
I
I
mean,
think
how
how
much
much-
do you think you would have to spend on engineering and on site studies before we would know that we would go or not?
I think on site study and total work, we were anticipating up to 700,000. And then again, as you know, affordable homeownership, all of this goes back into the project. If we only spend half of that, fantastic. We'll be able to lower the cost of those affordable homeownership opportunities. So all of the funds go into the project no matter what. We are hopeful that it's half of that or less going towards site work, but we would be willing to spend up to the full 700,000.
There might not be an answer to this, and maybe you've seen it already.
I think just the work for the engineering, not the actual, any work on site. Do you have an estimate yet from Farnsworth or any of
We
the?
do
No,
not.
not
I'm
yet.
just wondering how deep we would go into
Yep.
that 700 before we would decide that maybe we should divert to another project or we're committed to moving forward.
Sure.
Maybe we don't know yet.
Right.
Mayor Pro Tem?
That was my question.
Great minds. Other questions about maybe the agreement itself?
You're aware that the Carter Court lots, that if any restoration is done there, it also encompasses about 25 to 30% of Summit Housing Development's land. Have you reached out to them to see if they would share in any cost of that? Our recent, Tracy Sanders, our project manager, when we were looking at some of the figures recently, when we put in for, by the way, there's already a stream bank restoration design done. It's the second one, because there was another one done in 2017. But Tracy said that the cost for the stream bank restoration at that point was $671,000. And that was a year and a half ago. So I guess my question is, you're basically going to be doing gratis work for Summit Housing, by remediating the banking behind two of their lots. I'm encouraging you to reach out to them
Sure.
perhaps, but I'm asking the question if you have yet.
I was not aware of that. But thank you for sharing, Trustee.
With your questions about the agreement,
Sure.
that's first of all, who drafted this agreement? These agreements, I should know.
I believe if it came from Boulder County, our legal team. Mhm.
Paragraph 5B of the funding agreement says that even if Lions transfers these responsibilities and costs, including the reporting responsibilities to Boulder County Housing Authority under the subrecipient agreement, Lions, quote, remains liable to the county for all obligations. So doesn't that put Lions, the town of Lions, in the position of basically being a guarantor of performance of Boulder County Housing Authority? Because whatever Boulder County Housing Authority does, good, bad, or indifferent on this, we remain on the hook to Boulder County.
Yes, and I actually talked to legal, and these are our first drafts of AHT documents to all of the towns. And so they're happy to negotiate, and several of the towns have negotiated some of that language, and so your legal team is absolutely we're willing to negotiate the terms. Okay.
Obviously, that's a concern. That
Sure.
we'll
Yeah.
basically be guaranteeing a third party's performance. Another concern is on exhibit B to the funding agreement of the paragraph 1D. Basically obligates the town, as I read it, to provide some incentives. But it's not discussed what, and you mentioned some possibilities already with fee waivers. It says including fee waivers, but it could be other things. Isn't that something that perhaps we should discuss upfront instead of in the middle of the project? But you get in the middle of the project, and you've already spent half the money, and all of a sudden, if you don't give us this, this, and this, project can't go forward. And at least if drafted, we'd still be on the hook for all the obligations. So, you know, and there have been some informal discussions with full disclosure. Trustee Lowell and I met with two county housing staff at the time, not committing the board, but giving our personal opinions, talked about some things about whether we'd be willing to donate the lots, but our concern about waiving some types of fees and that type of thing. Shouldn't that discussion happen up front rather than mid-project?
I would love to be able to have those conversations up front, but unfortunately, we don't know usually what we don't know until we need to know it. And so as those things come about, and this is pretty typical of any of the jurisdictions that we work with, but we work really closely with the staff, and we would try our best to bring different options to the Board of Trustees for their consideration. And so we would put together sort of a few different viable ways that we could see the project, but it's very difficult to do before we know what we need. And we wouldn't want to presume things. That would feel disingenuous to me if I said, well, if you do this, we'll do this, but then the whole project could change. And so that's very, very difficult. I think what I really enjoy about working with the staff is that we're very, we trust each other. And so we're gonna bring, our best performers together and put slates together. I know that's a tricky line and we're still trying to figure that out. Sort of what our discussions are at the county is that we do want to see the towns commit some resources as well as just a sign of good faith partnership. And so that can look like a lot of different things. We do hope that they would go above and beyond than what they normally would do for a housing authority. And so typical things for us are fee waivers. So in addition to a fee waiver, a land donation would absolutely fulfill that, or assistance with water, not the full water, but maybe a partial of the water, things like that. Maybe not both, but those are all things to be negotiated later.
What incentive, what contributions did Lafayette make to Willoughby?
Oh man, there's quite a bit. So Lafayette is in a very I don't know what's the word, complex partnership with both the land donation, in which Boulder County fronted it, Lafayette is now reimbursing. Water, Lafayette paid water, BCHA is paying back the water, which was over $10 million. And then all of the fees were waived in permitting. This was a very large project, 400 units. So I know that seems like quite a bit. It was a very large project. So lots of different partnerships with the city of Lafayette.
I'd be curious when it comes to that. So we were just declared an ADU supportive jurisdiction,
Congratulations.
which makes us eligible for grant monies that we wouldn't otherwise be eligible for. And I wonder whether there's some grant money related to the ADU supportive jurisdiction piece that could be used to offset whatever contributions the town would decide to make. toward
That's
this
something we
project.
can explore,
Yeah.
you know. If there were ADUs on the site or if there was some connection to that
Well, I
grant
just,
program.
you know, since we're a supportive jurisdiction, we're supposed to be kind of top of the list for grants.
But toward accessory dwelling.
Only toward ADUs?
That grant program is
We got some guidance.
set aside related
Oh.
to work that will support and incentivize ADUs. So I don't know how well it fits with this particular program. But we always are putting our heads together as a housing, regional
But
housing.
since we've waived, tap fees, for example, for ADUs, if we could get some reimbursement for that, it goes into the same water. fund.
Yeah, there you go.
Anyway.
There you go.
Maybe some flexibility
Maybe we
there.
can. I think,
Just, let me throw it in that, we're gonna do for food for thought again, because we got some people from the county here. Our water wastewater fund is combined, our water and our wastewater fund are legally combined, which we had to do to take out a loan to build our wastewater treatment plant. It has a troubled history because of a lot of difficulties we've had with the wastewater plant that we're about to have to spend millions of dollars to upgrade again. And so that fund is a particular concern. And when things get suggested of the town donating water rights or waiving, you know, water sewer tap fees, it affects the fund. Our finances are difficult for that fund. I just wanted to throw that out there to keep it in mind. We're in the process of having to upgrade the wastewater treatment plant again. So those might be more difficult than, say, a building permit. I don't know. I wanted to get that into the record now. One of the exceptions of things that the town would still be required to do despite the passing on of responsibilities and reporting and so forth from housing is to provide a housing needs assessment. We have two housing needs assessments already in line. One is one that we did locally with assistance of consultants from NOAA called a Housing Futures Plan. There were some concerns with it. This board, after we took office last April or April 2024, I guess, did an addendum to that housing needs assessment to try to incorporate a lot of things that were left out of the original. So we've got a home generated housing needs assessment. About 3 months ago, we were kind of pushed, forced, arm twisted, whatever the verb you want to use, into also adopting a housing needs assessment to Denver Regional Council of Governments prepared. We had to do that because of the state legislation that passed. A lot of concern was expressed at the time that we signed on to that a lot of the figures and data that supported that housing needs assessment were egregiously wrong. But we didn't really feel like we had much of a choice to do it because we were gonna risk our state grant funding. We didn't should. So since both of those housing needs assessments already exist, I guess the question is, what housing needs assessment would suffice? Would our homegrown one that's probably more accurate than Dr. Cobb's, would it suffice?
Yes. Yes, and the other municipalities are using those as well.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you had a question.
I just wanted to thank you for recognizing a town like Mayans, which is hemmed in by mountains and has very few opportunities for affordable housing. You've looked carefully at our situation and seized on a wonderful opportunity with Seward and a possible opportunity with Carter. And we're really deeply appreciative of that. 900,000 to a town this size. We appreciate our working relationship with you and the work that you've done to help us in an area that's very difficult for us because we just don't have.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Here. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. We really appreciate you all coming tonight and really look forward to discussing this partnership. We're gonna talk about the ins and outs of the agreement later on in our meeting. You're welcome to stay if you'd like to stay. Or I'm sure staff can fill you in. So hey, it's very meaningful that you're here and we really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're Sarah, this is not Lisa.
And grab dinner on your way out of town or taxi.
That's kind of funny.
Go spend some money.
Come on up here, sorry.
Come on up.
You have about 5 minutes.
Sarah Lorraine, we love seeing you at every one of our meetings. Thanks for coming tonight. I know you have a specific request that's later on in our agenda, but I wanted to have just a couple of minutes of the workshop in case the board has any questions for you.
Do you want me to kind of just recap it really quick?
Sure, for the folks online who might not.
So, I guess first I'll give you guys a little bit of background, more so for which hat I'm wearing for this particular conversation. As you know, I'm part of the group, minority owner in building 402 Main, but separate from that, I'm going to be an operator and tenant in the building for a general store. So as part of that, I really wanted to introduce mail and shipping services to the town, because that's one of my personal goals with this project, is kind of to reintroduce some of the essential services the town has lost. So as part of that, we would need to have 24/7 access to a mail room, which then changes our architectural plans slightly, where we would just add a door on 4th Street with a storefront. In your packet, there's kind of a visual of that. So the timing is just, I need to figure out whether I can do mail service so that we can finalize the architectural plans. My early conversations with the post office have not been super promising, because as you know, downtown is included in kind of the non-delivery zone for the post office. So I was asking for an exception for the post office to recognize 402 Main Street as a deliverable address. And I'm just kind of hitting a wall. I've probably talked to like 6 different divisions within the post office. Didn't really get anywhere. I was told as Alliance postmaster wasn't willing, that it seems our next path is a congressional inquiry with our local congressman.
And Congressman Negus's office is incredibly supportive and helpful when it comes to issues with the USPS. So
Okay.
I'm happy to make an
I just,
introduction.
that felt like a very aggressive next step.
No, I all the time. I really, it happens a lot.
Yeah, so I just, like, the post-op master, my impression was just, it wasn't necessarily a lack of willingness, but maybe a lack of understanding on how to do that. So my request was formal support from the town of Lyons. I think there are a lot of benefits for the town. I've heard that, you know, the town has an interest in generating more sales tax revenue from packages delivered outside of town limits. And I think these mailboxes would address that crowd more than anybody. If anyone's been in Lyons happenings, we know that that's a pain point. And it would also drive a lot of foot traffic. You know, I'm modeling something like 160 mailboxes. And so that's 160 people coming to Main Street multiple times a week. That turns into like, well, I'm here, I'm gonna go get a gallon of milk at St. Bree Market or pick up dinner at Main Stage. So I think it kind of benefits the greater downtown business district. And what else? I believe there's a precedent that's been set, because I have very little facts to back this up, but I believe 2 of the HOAs may have their cluster mailboxes. They did get an exception to that non-delivery radius. I believe that they've done it before. And we're just asking them to do it again.
You might ask the current HOA president if outside of this meeting, if he has any experience with that.
I will.
There's actually a course.
Those were all formal exceptions.
I'm envious.
They don't get delivery.
Okay.
That's the precedent. Are you aware of it being done in any other town? Because there've been a lot of Colorado towns that have had problems with the mail delivery.
About making an exception
Yeah.
to the, not really, no. Honestly, until I moved to Lyons, I didn't know not delivering to houses was a thing.
Amen.
If I'm being honest, it's been, and the post
Glad
office.
no one told you.
Well, for good or bad, I actually don't live in town limits, so I do get mail. And yeah, so what I'm asking for the board is just a formal letter of support, first to the Lyons postmaster, and then direction to staff for subsequent letters as I need to escalate, because I think it'll go beyond that.
So hundred and sixty mailboxes, what do you envision the clientele to be? Like people up in the canyons?
I think it's a lot of people kind of in unincorporated, like a lot of the Pinewood people who are down here. I think a lot of the home-based entrepreneurs in town. We have a lot of people who work from home that want kind of business legitimacy with a physical mail address. So I think some local people here in town, but
We have some ADUs, we have ADUs that are having
It
trouble
would be very helpful.
with their
for
deliveries.
ADUs.
Or people that are fed up with the post office, like myself, I pay.
but I wanted to put that on the
No,
record.
I'm gonna say myself, because I pay $160 a year for my box,
Mhm.
and half the mail gets sent back, and so this board knows it, but I sent most of my packages to Walmart to my daughter. Now my sister lives here at Walt Self, so I ship stuff there now.
Really? Huh?
So at least the revenue's coming into the town, but
Yeah.
I was looking at purchasing a mailbox in Longmont and driving over there, so
Yeah.
the
And I
demand's here for people, I think.
I would,
I
yeah,
think there are a lot of people who do. I mean, we have a lot of kind of medical professionals in town, and I don't fully understand the legalities of it. But they have to have mails and notices kind of related to their work sent to their home, but their homes become subject to like warrants and whatnot, so they want like a different address, but they can't use PO boxes, so those people kind
It's
of
just a
have
cluster
other
with PO
municipalities.
boxes.
it's really, it can be a real hardship. And so so this would be, and of course, this is not a free service that you would offer, and so that would be more sales tax for the town.
Did you ever look into, like having the Amazon drop boxes like we were gonna do with the visitor center?
I did, I applied and I was denied. Amazon was not kind enough to offer any reasons as to why. It could have been as simple as the fact that there's not a physical building there.
I might reapply when there is.
What they told us was you have to have a 24-hour restroom at the site.
Right.
It must be lit and it has to be
Drivers.
covered.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Those are the three things that were required when we were looking at having them at the visitors.
We've been trying that since COVID. To get one. Are there any other questions for Sarah? This is a discussion item later in the meeting, but
And
we
you don't
just
have to stay.
wanted to, yeah.
I've got for the
She's gonna be-
major development plan.
Oh, you have.
You're here all night. Like, yeah.
I have cookies.
But if there's no more questions about this particular topic. Okay, thank you so much. Then we will take a break until 7:02. We're gonna start 2 minutes late. Clerk, let me know when we're ready. Okay, all right. I will welcome everybody watching online. I will call the Monday, October 20th, Town of Lyons Board of Trustees meeting to order. Can we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Rogan.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Williams.
Present.
Trustee Henrik.
Present.
Trustee Dottie.
Present.
Trustee Lowell.
Present.
Trustee Browning.
Present.
And Trustee Williams.
Present.
Thank you. Please rise for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. I'll read the land acknowledgement, then we'll take a short reflective moment of silence. We must acknowledge with respect as non-native people that the land on which we stand, live, and learn is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. Thank you, everyone. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay, I'll call for the vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Very much. Okay, so now is the time for our audience business. I think the clerk has a sign-up sheet. If you didn't sign up, no worries. We'll get you after the sign-ups. Everybody has 4 minutes to address the Board of Trustees. We ask that you keep your content related to matters relating to the board or the town, that you address the board as a whole. And after everybody has had the opportunity to speak, then each board member will have an opportunity to respond, and then staff will have an opportunity to respond as well. So, and please state your name and address for the record. Let me step out.
Also, ban comments for 402 Main to hold.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, I did make a note of that. If you're here to comment on the public hearing for 402 Main Street Development Agreement, please wait until that subject is up and you'll have your opportunity to speak there. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
All right, who do we have?
I have Hadley Solomon.
Hello, my name is Hadley Solomon. My address is 7124 Bonnie Brook Court in Niwot, Colorado. I am here to introduce myself. I am running for the St. Vrain Valley School District Board, District B. And I'd like to tell you a little bit about my platform and my background, and then a little bit about why I'm running. So I've established 4 areas of focus, 4 pillars of my platform. It starts with academic excellence. And that for me means everything from early literacy all the way through high school, and equipping educators with the tools to be innovative and creative teachers, and making sure that our schools maintain this reputation for academic excellence that they've built. The second is around safety. And for me, safety means obviously securing schools, making sure that schools or students feel safe. But it also means students feeling safe and honored and respected within the school. And both of those things I think are necessary for students to be able to learn. So that's another area that I would like to focus on as a board member. The third is pathways to opportunity. And as you may know, our district has done a really great job of developing a diverse set of pathways for our students. We have a very large district from Lyons all the way out east. And there are a lot of different ways for our students to launch into productive lives. And the district has developed programs such as P-Tech and P-Teach that also will allow us to get a funnel of teachers that will return to the district. I'd like to see that expanded and make sure that students know about those opportunities so that they're really making the most use of them. And then lastly is around fiscal responsibility. The district has built a lot of trust with the community over the last 20 years in building up the financial security of the district, creating a lot of great partnerships with industry, and really taking a very transparent approach in its dialogue with the community on how the district is responsibly using funds from the levy overrides and bonds. I want to continue that and be an open door for our community to, learn more about how the district is operating. Personally, I've lived in Niwot for 17 years. I moved there in 2008. I have 4 kids who have been through the district. 3 are in college now. 1 is a junior at Niwot High School. They went to all the feeder schools within our community. Professionally, I am a business consultant working typically in the technology field on business process engineering. So my career has been focused on solving problems and running things efficiently. So I would use that experience as well as a board member. And my why for running, my experience in the district has been very rich. I have volunteered and led the boards at all of the schools in the feeder system, and also served as president of Grassroots St. Vrain, which was an organization that worked to educate the community on how school funding works in Colorado. So I'd like to take that knowledge and be able to apply that, and again, keep our community informed and in a place where they can understand what's at stake when it comes time to make decisions around how we support our schools. But I would say maybe my deeper why is because of the experience I've had in my community and how it has been really the foundation of our families' lives, both from an educational perspective, but also from a social perspective. And I believe strongly that schools are the anchors of our communities. It's a place where we all come together over a shared value, and we all benefit from that, whether we have kids in the district or not. So it's important to me that we have a strong board that is focused on keeping this district's reputation as strong as it is right now. I would be happy to meet with anybody at anytime. You're welcome to reach out to me in my campaign, and I would love to have the support of the people on the board of Lions.
Thank you so very much.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
That's all I have, unless anyone.
Anyone else care to address the board about anything other than 402 Main? All right, Trustee Hammer.
I'm sorry.
All I'll say is thank you for running and taking the time to do that. I think we can all relate to jumping in over our heads and not always, feeling like, what am I doing here? So thank you for that. And just to add, I don't have any children in the district. They're older and moved out of the house, but last year we had the prior superintendent come before the bond election, and I walked away really, really, really impressed with the school district and everything they're doing and hitting on all the cylinders. So just it's good to know, or there's a lot of money going to the schools, but it looks like they're achieving great results. So thank you for your stepping up.
Yeah, thank you.
Trustee Dasty.
Yeah, I also want to say thank you so much. I know what a commitment this is. I have served as PTO president. I've also gone through the St. Vrain Leadership Program, and I now sub for the district. So I'm just really grateful for your leadership in this area. Thanks for showing, and thanks for coming to Lions.
Yeah, of course, yeah. And I should have said also that the whole district does vote on every seat, so just because I'm not from Niwot.
I'm sorry, we don't do back.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I'm married to a school teacher, ex-school teacher, so education is a very prominent place in our household. I've got 2 grandkids in the St. Vrain Valley School District. I'm gonna have 2 more shortly in there, so I appreciate putting the face to the name, and thank you for showing up tonight and letting us know how you stand.
Thank you.
Mayor Virgin.
I think what happens in public schools is exceedingly important. My wife taught in St. Vrain for 5 years after we put it in. I have done some lecturing for Jackie with some interior groups that are looking to move into leadership positions. Enjoyed a good relationship with her. I'm happy to see her in that role. And very grateful that you came here. Thank you.
Trustee Browning.
Yes, as the spouse of a teacher in the St. Vrain district, and still an employee who does a lot of work around the district. Thank you very much for stepping up and being willing to serve on the school board. That's a very important task, and we really appreciate it.
Trustee Williams.
Thanks for coming.
And I'll echo what my colleagues said. Appreciate you coming out here, Lions. You are in fact the only school board candidate. That's right. To reach out. So that's much appreciated.
And I saw your sign today on the walk and I said, who is Hadley Sullivan? I know, so, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And you're welcome to stay for the entire meeting. You can try your
Thanks to the school board meeting.
Yeah, you get used to the school board meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so let's move on then to staff report, Boulder County Sheriff's Office.
All right, good evening, everybody. So I have a kind of a short report tonight, which is a good thing. I did note that the VMS board coming in town looked great, so we love that. Yeah, it's out there by the quilt shop. So excellent investment there. So today, the sheriff's office went through our annual shift bids for new staffing positions, day shift, night shift, and all of that. So pretty shortly, within the next couple weeks, probably the next board meeting, I'll have Sharon identify the new deputies that will be here. Because after the shift bid, the district bids come into play. So now I know who's on my team and now I got to disperse them throughout the county. I will say that Deputy Jason Ryan, our K-9 officer, who is a night shift deputy up here for quite some time, has landed on my team and has expressed interest to come back during the day.
Okay.
So he was a solid fixture up here for quite some time. So I'm anxious to announce his official coming back to Lions, but that won't be official for a couple weeks yet. But I'm going to try to give Sharon some more things to start setting up for her new year as it comes and when the switchover is in January. She couldn't be here tonight. She's the only sergeant on duty. So she's got to attend her briefing and get her team ready to go. So she's absent tonight. The No Kings Peace Rally went off without a hitch. There was quite a few folks in the triangle and in and around town, upwards of about 150, which was down from the estimate. But I had reposted the ops plan that I drew up at the beginning of the summer for the ongoing demonstrations for Sora Huff and the others that are in there in that main group. Kathy Rivers is another one that just kind of spearheads that. So I resent that out. I was on duty that day, doing other things, but listening into Lions. So Deputy Caden reported there was no signs of anything that was going wrong, but it was solid up here, so not a problem. Speaking of Deputy Caden, he did have his last day that day on Saturday, so he goes in for surgery and then he'll spend the rest of his time on light duty and he'll take that early retirement plan. So he wishes everybody the best and has enjoyed his stay up here immensely. He's been a pretty solid fixture. He's one of those guys that was able to stay up here a lot. So didn't get involved in too much. He wasn't necessarily an instructor or a SWAT guy, so he wasn't getting pulled out for a lot of things. So he was definitely one of the day shift fixtures up here. So we're all sorry to see him go, but he'll go off to greener pastures, right? Is what they always say. So we are set and ready for the parade this coming Saturday. I'll be covering the shift up here as well as a deputy, just because of the staffing shortages. And I chose that day also just because of the parade. So I'm usually up here a few hours early on those parades just to make sure Main Street's cleared out, to get with Dave and Justin and everybody to make sure that the transition for that traffic shift goes smoothly. So we are all set and ready for that. And then the last thing I just wanted to report on real quick is there's some retired members of the sheriff's office that do a lot of historical stuff for the sheriff's office. And when I left the first time I was up here, just as the transition of the new substation, we had the idea of putting together some type of historical stuff to be able to put in the substation. So they have really taken off with this, and I got a view of the mock-up of what they have done in the past few years, and it's awesome, absolutely awesome. I know that they've been working with the museum and some other folks up here. I don't know specifically Paul or who, but it's the history of Lions and law enforcement from the very beginning, specifically to law enforcement. So with kind of some of the rules and regs over at the substation of not being able to, hang things on walls or put nails in plaster and all that kind of stuff, they came up with a pretty unique design of kind of an accordion style stand that can be portable and moved, so we can take it to other places in town at times. And they also have a small display. They recreated a model of the depot, and they've got some trains in there under glass, which look really cool. But the history and the stories that go along with this display are absolutely fascinating. I couldn't take my eyes off it. I wanted to sit there and read more. They're also gonna have a binder with any stories that they can't fit onto it of kind of the history, some bigger events that have occurred, all the marshals, all the chiefs, all the people that have come and gone as it relates to law enforcement in the town of Lyons. So I'm absolutely super excited about it because it really is cool looking. So Phil West, he was one of our division chiefs for the longest time at the sheriff's office, who is retired and kind of spearheaded this as well. So I talked to him, and once this is ready, we want to be able to put together some type of open house, get the entire community over here to the substation or wherever, so that we can put this display on display, so that everybody can have a chance and make it more of a public thing. Because I kind of recognize that, you know, there's a lot of folks that are new in town that don't know any of the history, you know, and there's a lot of folks that are, you know, maybe, you know, 10, 20 years veterans of the town or residents, but then there's that other folks that have been here for a really long time. So I just think it would be really neat to show a lot of the newer folks that come in Lyons that made this their home, what some of the history is, specifically as it relates to the sheriff's office. And prior to that, the police department that was here, and then prior to that, just the old West marshals and hodgepodge, whatever. And there's a lot of really cool stories of that. So I was very excited about it. It was a mock-up. They still have a lot of work to do, so I'm hoping that by maybe mid-winter or early spring, they'll have it completely finalized and we'll get going on.
That's great.
That's all I have.
That's great. Great. Any questions for Sergeant Chris?
Will this historical presentation feature Jill Babcock, the first female police chief in the state of Colorado?
I believe it was on.
You know that?
Good.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah, she won.
I learned a lot. Yeah.
Anyone? Okay.
Two quick thoughts. We want to honor the history of law enforcement, the history of Lyons. I wonder if there's also room, especially once you bring the public in, to talk a little bit about what we aspire to, about the future and what we think, where we think we might be going.
Yeah,
Might be an
absolutely.
interesting subtext to it. Wouldn't want to take over, but might also be interesting.
Absolutely.
On the protests from this last weekend, I know your people often come early and they stay late. There were some raised voices, I think, before your deputy arrived this week. Bystanders stepped in, separated some people. It wasn't a lot of people. It wasn't a really dramatic event, but it sometimes makes sense. An extra 15 minutes might have had somebody there with a little bit more authority.
Yep. Understood.
And I'll just say that, you know, there's no rave to the grave this year, as we know. There's the parade. I still have the Mayor McCheese costume. If Sheriff Johnson wants to loan you the Hamburglar costume, I would be happy to hang out with you during the parade.
You would be happy to hang out.
You should let me know.
You might lose.
Oh my gosh, pressure.
No pressure.
Maybe I'll delegate that down to Sharon.
You could absolutely.
Oh, wait a minute, she's out of town.
Oh, well, if there's anybody that, anyway,
If the Hamburglar shows up, we may never know who was in the costume.
that's true.
There you go.
That's true. Open invitation to anybody. All right, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Have a great night. All right, administrators report, please.
Thank you. You all have a copy of my report for this couple of weeks. You'll note that there's just a lot of day-to-day activities going on, specifically with shutting down systems for the winter months and freeze. Looks like we're going to get that done just in time. We did have a situation, doesn't sound like a big deal, but the water heater, the services are showers over at Laverne Johnson Park. Seems to be repairable at a cost of $25,000. I know. It's a huge complex machine. So this is one of those we did not budget for, did not have planned. They're gonna see what they can do for maybe cheaper just to replace it than repair it, but just that might be coming in front of you. It's not on our list. We didn't see that one coming at all. Good news is we're done with camping now for the season, and most of the RVers have their own shower. But we did make a single shower available over at the park. That's on a separate heater, just so you know, in case you get comments on that. The LMJA Stream Bank project is coming along nicely. They did the stream bank closest to Haynes Habitat Island first, went nice and smoothly. Now they'll be moving to the south side of the park, so going well. Design proposals for safe routes to school and brick are due this week, so that's exciting. The engineer will take probably a week or so to go through those and start reviewing what we are getting back and costs, and keep our fingers crossed that what we have for grant funding will cover it. And the Ewald electric conduit project and undergrounding of water line, it was to begin probably around the 1st of November. We now have one person on the block who has changed their mind and does not want to have, or doesn't feel they can afford undergrounding their service line. So we are going to see if we can come up with some options to help with financing, not financing it, but helping them to do a pay an increment maybe. We would just hate to see that everything left in place for one household.
Yeah.
So I think we're gonna find this could happen more often when we are ready to underground, but if people aren't ready to underground their own service lines, it's a futile effort. And you also had a memo attached from our town engineer regarding his review of the four-way stop at Park and Fourth that was requested. He does not feel that it meets any of the thresholds or warrants according to the MUTCD standards. And I'll let you guys think about that, but at this point, it appears from an engineering perspective, it could actually cause more issues than it would fix. Keep that in mind. I do have a whole section on grants. You'll note what I did, and I don't know if this is acceptable to the board. I put the grants that have very small matches or those we've received annually in my report. The one that is larger is actually a general business item tonight. So if there's any of these you feel we should take off and discuss, I'm fine with that. I'm just trying to find that balance here. With which to bring to you and not. You know, when one has a $300 cash match, it's, yeah. David. We gave a wildfire update. Please remember, we are hosting October 30th. We're hosting an open house at the regional library on the new wildfire resiliency code to update folks on what that is about and start planting some seeds, engaging some interest in retroactive application of that code. And the SFC was able to put together a last minute event for this fall. November 8th, they want to have a yard waste event, specifically only for leaves, garden waste, and pumpkins. So there's another opportunity there we haven't taken advantage of in the past. And it will be fully staffed by volunteers. Spooktacular you heard about, that's next Saturday. There's the times on my report. And then I did give you updates on all of the other projects we're working on regarding the parking lot, the EV charging station, and then CDOT having, there are 3 projects that all coming through lines at once. And a code compliance update. So I don't know if anyone has any questions for me.
Yeah, I just have a clarification around, you know, I've noticed some comments on social media regarding lights on Broadway, like early in the morning or late at night. Are those the signs that are being replaced, or is that the curbs, do you think? Anything that's happening on Broadway there? There's like it's a lot of flashing lights. It's just.
I haven't seen those comments. I'm sorry. No one has contacted us about
haven't
that.
had any. I just wasn't sure if we were already in the curb section of this or they were already on signs. But
Oh, they're doing both. But Broadway doesn't have any curbs. Those are up to speed. So if it's on Broadway, it's probably the signs.
It would have been signs, okay.
Might be where they're staging.
I think it's staging for signs.
Oh,
I think it's the
staging
staging of the vehicles.
Got it,
Yeah.
okay.
It too shall pass and try. Any other questions? Comments? Yes.
Now that the limb drop off is done, when is the curbside?
Ours is going to be scheduled, I have it on my calendar. Real quick.
Thought it was next week.
I was thinking it was next week too, but I just want to confirm that before I say it and have it wrong.
Sure.
I have it starting Town of Lions curbside limb pickup starting the week of Monday, the 27th. So Kim will start.
Or e-blast the
She
heck out
already
of the
did one.
rules.
One has already gone up
Okay.
on her e-blast.
Okay.
But it will be however many days are needed. Last time it was only 3.
Well, I think people did a great job of adhering to the rules around it.
So, yeah, that will be next week. So there's a lot of just cleanup for the winter going on.
You mentioned the October 30th meeting on the
Yes,
wildfire measures. Unless some board member, if anybody's a problem, when we did our wildland urban interface task force, we came up with a list of potential retroactive measures that was easy and cheap to do and harder and more expensive to do. It was just basically a cafeteria list of them. This is the sort of thing that we might want to think about. Should that be added to the material that's kind of like the starting discussion?
At a time or at the meeting?
we were going to do it at the meeting after we tell them what the real code is, so they don't get confused. This is the new code, and then these are some options. How do you feel about those and have a place to comment or do stickers?
I think, I don't know, I think we can talk about that. I think you might draw more interest in the meeting if you show them a list of, these are the kind of things that we're gonna be talking about.
Oh,
They'd see it before, oh, if they're gonna, I don't wanna cut my juniper, they mentioned junipers here, I think it might.
of the code, the current code. Oh, we can certainly do that.
No,
We
not
didn't-
the task list, the task force came up with. These are things we should consider.
Where would we
And put
do
it-
that as?
Just add it to the packet, there's a posted packet.
Okay,
Make
You
clear,
have
make
that
clear
list.
that it hadn't been decided.
We
on.
have the list if you want to post it ahead of time.
Yeah, maybe we want your opinions about the following
Yeah.
potential.
That kind of thing.
but we weren't
Such
sure if that'd be another
For
one,
example.
how much we can get through. Who knows, but, okay, we can post
I
it.
just think it would attract some attention, maybe positive and negative, but that's part of the
Sure.
process.
Sure, okay, we certainly can do that. And then also a reminder to the trustees, this Wednesday and Thursday are your budget workshops,
Can't wait.
3 to 6, both days.
Festival.
And you should have your books.
Speaking of fire mitigation, so 7 total rebates have been processed, or 5 have been processed and 2 are in the works. And we had allocated 5,000 for 10, right? Wish we'd used all 10 rebates, but I think there's enough encouragement there to go forward with it next year. Was there any, I assume every one of these rebates was the full $500?
No.
Nobody did anything partial?
Some, I think some were partial.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So regarding the grants and the grant deadlines. How is the federal government shutdown affecting grant timelines right now?
The only one that we are getting updates regularly from Boulder County, like the SNAP program is on hold. I sent you an e-blast about that. I think it's really gonna affect our local nonprofit in regard to, the need for more food bank. But SNAP and, a couple other senior programs are definitely on hold. In regard to the grants we're applying for, none of ours yet have been impacted. We apply as usual, and unless they write us back, we're assuming they're moving forward for now.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think any of our currents are affected.
Okay.
I just want to inform the board now and apologize in advance for not attending the quarterly meeting next Thursday. I will be in Amsterdam for my daughter's master's ceremony.
Thank you.
Or the cookies prevented.
Leftover ones.
Yeah. We see the cookies behind you. Okay, thank you very much. You're welcome. All right, let's move on to ordinances and public hearings. First up, second reading and public hearing of ordinance 1196, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, annexing the property located at 4497 Union Highway to the town of Lyons, Colorado, continued from the 9:15 meeting.
So,
Mayor Rogan, before you start, did you want a legal report or we can skip it? It's fine.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Attorney Gittman. Yes, please.
Okay, I'll be brief so we can get on to the exciting annexation stuff we have on tonight. So I just want to let the board know we're about ready to do a bunch of ordinances to basically comply with state statutes that were passed last year. As we discussed during the session, there are a number of laws were passed by the General Assembly which require us to adopt ordinances by certain timeframes, and we're starting to gear those up for various communities, and Lyons gets to benefit from that work. And so you're going to see here pretty soon, gray water opt out pretty soon. We'll explain more about that. It doesn't mean we don't do gray water. It means that no one can come in and do it without authorization. And so it kind of gives us time to get regulations in place if someone is interested in doing gray water as part of their projects. Secondly, you're going to see a mushroom medicine bill. We've done this repeatedly at this point, and so I think Lyons is ready for that. And so we're going to get that going to put some very basic kind of regulations around mushrooms and medicine, of that kind of natural medicine, I think it's called officially legally. And the last one I want to talk a little bit more about is a wireless update. And so I think I mentioned I know I did during the spring that our firm was heavily lobbying on this bill, and what it was attempting to do is make it even easier for the wireless companies to deploy their facilities. You already know that we are heavily curtailed in our ability to regulate most wireless facilities, and this bill made it even easier to do that, and it created a kind of a big gap in the understanding of how people can do certain things. And that being that whether they can do replacements in certain types of facilities that are smaller, install those with no permits from the local government. And so right now, even though we're restricted, people are still required to come in and get a permit for either a street closure, for a land use permit, potentially, even if it's administrative. This would, at least arguably take away the ability to do all that. And so we want to be very clear that even these types of modifications still require basic health and safety permits like street closures. You don't want someone shutting down a lane of 36 without us knowing about it to do one of these projects. So we've already done that for numerous communities at this point. And so you'll also be seeing that and it's coming soon. That's all I have.
Thank you. Any questions for Attorney Gittman? Right. Okay, then now moving on to the second reading and public hearing of ordinance 1196, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, annexing the property located at 4497 Unit Highway to the town of Lyons, Colorado.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and trustees. So this is a request for an additional continuance. You'll have continued this a number of times. I want to be clear at this point. Applicant has been non-responsive with town staff over the past number of weeks regarding status and whether or not they desire to move forward. However, the board has a couple of options in front of them. One could be to deny the application, which would mean that the applicant would be prevented from applying for an additional year. And so in deference to, kind of their desire, we're assuming their desire to keep the application alive, we're requesting a continuance to January 20th. So that this isn't, we can plan around it a little better. Alternatively, the applicant could withdraw the application and they could elect to move forward on their own timeline when they're ready. But short of that information, staff is recommending a 3-month continuance.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? All right, anybody like to make a motion?
I'd like to move for continuance of ordinance 1196, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, annexing the property located at 4497 Union Highway to the town of Lyons, Colorado, to a date certain of January 2026.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion?
That motion passes unanimously.
Great, thank you. Next, we have the second reading, public hearing of ordinance 1197, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado zoning 4497 unit highway of the 4497 unit highway annexation to commercial eastern corridor CEC.
So this is a paired ordinance with the annexation that would initially zone the property. So same request to the January 20th, 2026 regular board meeting, please.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
I move continuance of ordinance 1197, an ordinance of town of Lyons, Colorado zoning 4497 highway of the 4497 unit highway annexation to commercial eastern corridor to a date certain of January 2026.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Okay. Call for vote.
Your motion passes unanimous.
Thank you, and thank you for that advice. It'll be nice to not have these on every agenda. Next up is first reading of ordinance 1199, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, removing sections 13.350, 13.310, 110, and 13.3.
We will get 402 Main.
That's not oh, I'm so sorry. I have the agenda that was printed today that has that first reading reversed.
And the one online has it reversed, but if you're at your discretion.
No, that's fine. That's totally fine. Okay, so public hearing of resolution 2025-69, resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a major development plan to allow construction of a new building located at 402 Main Street.
Whoever is gonna speak.
So I think Matt can stand here.
Not sure.
So I'm gonna start with a presentation by staff, just a high level presentation of the application, and then the applicant team is here. There's a number of them that have a presentation for you as well. So tonight you are here to consider a resolution which requests approval of a major development plan for 402 Main Street. While I get this ready. Again, just a high level overview. The property that we're discussing tonight is located on the northwest corner of 4th Avenue and Main Street. Property is currently vacant following a demolition from a previous structure lost in 2022. You do see some active, kind of form work happening on the site there, currently under their demolition permit for some shoring around the project perimeter. Applicant is going to go into this in a much greater detail, but essentially we are looking at a roughly 10,500 square foot structure. The first floor is intended for commercial uses. Second floor is intended for office uses, along with a 2,000 roughly square foot patio, approximately 29 feet tall. The structure would be what we call a zero lot line on all four sides. From certain instances, it might be a few inches away from the property lines, but essentially this building will take up the entirety of the site. Therefore, there is no on-site parking or on-site landscaping proposed. However, to the degree they will be impacting and reconstructing the sidewalk, that will be part of a development agreement that we will be bringing back to you at a future meeting once they have refined their cost estimates associated with that development agreement. Again, developer will go through this in more detail, but here are a few images of the proposed building, single story and along the street frontage with a second story that's significantly set back in a more modern style. All of the services will be located at the rear of the building. So for kind of my portion of this, just want to note that there are a number of criteria in the Lyons Municipal Code for which the Board of Trustees should consider as they weigh whether or not this development is consistent with that. The first is just the overall intent for the commercial downtown zone district. I'm not going to read all this. It's all just further described in your staff report, but staff finds the application meets the intent of this zone district. Secondly, there are a number of commercial development design standards within the municipal code, particularly those that are designated for the historic downtown area. I've outlined all of these in the staff report as well as staff's response and finding to those criteria. But essentially, long story short, we find the application meets the intent of these design guidelines. Finally, within our code, we have the criteria and process for consideration of a major development plan. And there are 12 criteria for approval. I'm not going to go through all those unless you'd like me to pull them up. The only thing I want to draw your attention to is the request to permanently waive parking or future build out or change of use in the future. So our code exempts sales tax generating space from requiring off-street parking, so parking on the private property. Should this app and then allows adjacent on-street parking to be met to meet their parking requirement. So as proposed, the office use on the second floor does have a parking requirement that is fully satisfied under our code numbers with the adjacent on-street spaces. However, should they not tenant out the main floor with sales tax generating use kind of either on day one or at any point in the future as our code would require the requirement for off-street parking. The building essentially would be built. There would be nowhere for parking to go. So happy to answer any questions you might have about that, and staff supports that request and happy to explain why if needed. With that, we're recommending approval of the resolution. I just want to note the requirement for a condition of approval related to a development agreement. We have one drafted. Developer has, we've begun conversations. It's fairly routine, but we just need the cost of estimates to be associated with that for your approval at a later date.
Thank you.
I'm happy then to.
Can I, before we
Yes.
do, just
Yeah.
quick clarification for folks following along at home or who we haven't done a bunch of these.
Yes.
Can you briefly describe the difference between a major development plan and a development agreement?
So the development plan is, just for example, reflects the proposal for what will be constructed on the site. So in this case, it shows, this is one of the images taken from the development plan. It shows the site plan, kind of the layout and configuration of buildings. It also reflects the architecture to be proposed, lighting, photometric plan, utilities, kind of high-level utilities. It is not a building permit, so they will have to go through a subsequent building permit review process, but this essentially will be what the developer is committed to building and what the public can essentially rely on this building looking like in the future. Development agreement is a contractual agreement between the town and the developer that can cover any number of things. In this case, it will cover their obligation to reconstruct and repair any impacts to the public improvements adjacent to the site. So public sidewalk, utility connections, landscape restoration, things like that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. And does the applicant have a presentation?
Yes.
You're
You want
welcome
me to
to
share it?
sit or stand, either one.
Is that okay?
Sure, of course.
Are you up?
We can take your name tag down so you're not sorry.
I have it ready. I can share it.
Yeah. Maybe, yes.
Oh.
Yeah.
You want to go ahead? That's you. I'll let you do it because I'm using this as your own.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We're gonna kind of skip right ahead to slide 6.
Let me introduce
Would you?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank
I
you.
apologize. Matt Davis, name of the firm is Davis Urban, and we're working with the development team to design something hopefully you all love for 402 Main, excuse me.
Are you able to share? There it goes.
All right, as I was saying, we kind of skip straight to slide 6, which outlines the details of the building. Like Lisa, I'm gonna cover the high level kind of detail program, and maybe not get into every point of the design guidelines, but we're happy to answer questions about program, utilities, design guidelines, et cetera. Put my glasses on so I can read my notes. Okay, so the first floor is approximately 7,000 square feet, which, as Lisa mentioned, is the entire site, with the exception of some minor setbacks to make it constructible. Second floor setback between 17 and 20 feet, depending on Main Street or 4th Avenue. We feel that does several things. We feel it's more compatible with the historic fabric of Main Street. The program between those two, the ground floor is intended to be retail. Second floor will begin as co-working, but the entire building is designed to be ultimately very flexible. We anticipate that things change so that the retail can be probably split up easily between 3 and 5 users. Second floor, this would be a great food and beverage event or a location at some point. So we've designed it with that in mind. Large patio, nice views. And again, you'll notice in the materials, we're picking up on the masonry tradition of Lyons. We have a significant amount of Lyons sandstone complemented with brick. And that is true on both Main Street, 4th Avenue, and about a third of the north facade as well. A portion of the north facade is zero setback, which we've allocated as an opportunity for community art. Jumping ahead, the ground floor plan, again, this is dedicated as commercial space. We have a few hypothetical demarcations of individual units. The highlight of the non-retail space, the back of house is kind of northeast corner where we're concealing trash, utilities, gas meter, and an emergency exit from the second floor. There's also shared bathrooms in that back corridor area. Southwest corner is one of the prominent entrances from Main Street, which will serve as the second floor access to the second floor co-working or future restaurant. Jumping ahead to the second floor, as I mentioned before, the Main Street side steps back about 17 feet, 4th Avenue about 20 feet. All of those two edges, the south and east edges, are articulated in the same masonry module down below. We switch materials, but a lot of transparency and indoor-outdoor opportunity for that second floor user. We intend to incorporate rooftop solar, both on the upper roof and on the canopies that kind of provide some shade to that second floor windows. And I believe I skipped over it in the intro. The second floor is about half the area of the first floor, about 3,700 square feet. I'm gonna let Sarah talk for just a minute about intended uses.
So intended uses, like I said, my husband and I kind of separately from the development will own and operate 2 of the businesses, the general store, which will be the corner unit on the street level, and then the co-working upstairs. And so inside the general store, we will have a soda fountain in there as well, hopefully mail and shipping services. And then as far as other tenants, we're talking to a number of people, but health and wellness, with some retail, potentially healthcare. Just some kind of whoever else comes forward who might be interested. And the co-working space will have some private offices, but it'll mostly be kind of hot desks, if you will, and it'll have conference room rental, and then we'll be able to do like special events on the deck. Which I think we just think this de-risks it a lot, so it won't be a big empty building sitting there because we can have a fee.
Thank you. Basis and reason for design. As you all, we feel this is a very important site for the town of Lyons. And we wanted to treat it as such and build on the masonry traditions of Lyons, including some inspiration from the original structure in 1893, which was also a mercantile. We have some other gestures. This is an entrance into Main Street, and so the entrance on the corner, I think, is a nice gesture to that. Most importantly, I think the entire facade on Main Street and 4th Avenue is intended to be very pedestrian friendly. Recessed entrances, multiple locations for entrances. We're planning for maybe more entrances than may be needed, but that's important for the long-term flexibility and flexibility and longevity. I mentioned that in the intro. A couple renderings as we go through the last few slides here. You'll see the corner entrance that I just mentioned, which will be the entrance to the general store. You'll notice that both the Main Street and Fourth Avenue side are treated with the same integrity, depth of detail, differentiation of materials, with the sandstone at the kind of head of the window, the indentation at the storefront. And we have a material board that we're happy to walk through if that's helpful. But the storefront is not your average aluminum storefront that you can buy. It's intended to be built with wood parts and pieces, just like the storefronts from decades.
It's upside down.
Oh,
Sorry, we think that's it.
We also hopefully, it looks very much like this with customers sitting out in front of the building, enjoying their purchases from the general store. Soda fountain. Rendering to the south, this is looking on, and one of the important things about this rendering, as well as the previous one, is it helps identify the scale of the building. We're very compatible with the structure to the west. You can see that the second story is set back a significant distance. And if you look at the image on the right, the second floor is not even evident as you're walking along the north edge of Main Street. Jumping ahead, east side, similar, very similar. Punched openings, punched masonry openings. The one module on the right, that is the solid masonry, we still use that same level of detail, but that's what starts to conceal the dumpsters, the water meter, or the gas meters, electric meters, et cetera. And then the north, this is that edge of the north edge of the building that includes the same level of detail, but where the mural is shown is 0 lot line. So we don't have the ability there to articulate it the same way. It's about fire ratings, but it is a nice opportunity to celebrate some community art. 15, this is a view down. You'll see the solar on the roof, but most importantly, this is a pretty great space for co-working environment to take your meeting outside, meet with coworkers, have a great view, enjoy the weather, and so on. Relationship with design guidelines. I think I've touched on most of these as I've talked about the individual renderings and plans. I'm happy to get into more detail, but I'm going to kind of skip through this, which is really the next 2 slides. Do we want to touch on the last community benefits slide, or? I didn't mean to throw you
Throw me under the bus.
Yeah.
Thank you, but so we think this will be an anticipated property value increase of over $4 million. Obviously, this should generate more sales tax revenue for the town through kind of all that street level retail. Jobs created up to 5 new businesses offering both full-time and part-time positions. Social and cultural benefits. This reinforces Lyons as a thriving small town with increased foot traffic to Main Street. I think, I can't remember, I feel like I've said this to a board here, I don't know if it was Laura or which one. But when you're coming in for visitors going to Estes Park, coming in from DIA, this is really the first town that you see. And I think, Matt and his team have put a lot of effort into making it look like a very kind of authentic, old, historic town. And I think it really just kind of sets the tone for what someone can expect in Lyons. And hopefully they want to stop. So we think that'll attract more foot traffic from tourists, and hopefully with the curated tenants, it should attract more foot traffic from locals. We want to restore essential everyday services for Lyons residents and support heritage tourism and Main Street charm for all of those tourists driving through. And then I put this in here just in terms of kind of project support. We'd apply for an OEDIT kind of tax credit grant earlier this year, which unfortunately we didn't get. But we did receive a lot of support from the town, as well as a lot of local businesses. I think everyone wants to see this project happen.
So in conclusion, and you all know Paul, he's here to support us and answer questions, but.
Renee's back there.
And Renee, I'm sorry, Renee.
I'm not allowed, because I have a pause.
They've been so generous in letting us participate in this project that we really love, but in conclusion, we feel this is a great project to revitalize a blighted corner with high quality, community oriented development. Create space for up to 5 businesses, including essential services not currently available. Support walkability, historic aesthetics, and align small town charm. Drive year-round foot traffic through carefully curated tenants, and intends to use public-private tools, Laura, to reduce risk. We're welcome to questions.
Thank you. All right, questions for staff and for the presenters. Trustee Bernie, you want to start?
Yeah. I guess this is for staff. I think I remember this from the hotel process. The parking that's across 4th Street from this building that's next to the community church there. That doesn't count for off-street parking purposes. It's gotta be adjacent.
It has to be adjacent, so they're counting, I believe, 3 on 4th and 3 on Main. To meet their parking obligation, not to say their users couldn't park across the street. Yeah.
Those spaces are not that heavily used during most business days, I think, so. There is additional parking literally right across the street, but it doesn't count for this purpose. And the second question, I'll preface by saying, I have no problem as to parking for this building with what's proposed to parking for that reason. That I think there are a number of spaces right across the street that will, no, they don't technically count, I think, are available, but in one part of the process for precedent setting purposes, and one thing we heard, I guess, last week was that there may be a redesign coming on the hotel, so I kind of have that in the back of my mind because parking there was.
I don't think anyone in particular approval sets a precedent for a completely different application on a completely different site, so I
My
don't.
question goes, in calculating the parking, when you did your calculations, you excluded circulation in back of the house areas. But the term that's used in the code is gross floor area. Why don't those count for gross floor area?
Under our code, I think there's some flexibility, the way the code language is written. The back of house, it's fairly typical when folks are looking at the spaces that will generate a need for parking. You're not necessarily including that, but you're correct. Our code is gross square feet. However, staff finds that those particular spaces are supporting the actual space where folks are going to be occupying.
Do you think we should look at amending that part of the code? Because I understand what you're saying, that those areas aren't going to get parking. But because I read gross floor area, you just measure the outside of it.
I do think it would be worth looking at our off-street parking regulations, particularly for downtown, in light of some of the enhancements to parking that you've done in the last few years. I would agree with that.
Request for that. Yeah.
And something else I'd also note, and this kind of comes from my EDC liaison position and what we do to help downtown businesses. Unlike many sections of the code, there's no provision in the parking regulations that the board for good cause shown may modify or waive or that type of thing. It's just, it's gotta be this way. And unique things come up all the time, particularly in our downtown area, because we don't have downtown park. So in that respect also, you think that's something we should look at as a code, putting more flexibility in the parking code?
My personal recommendation, based on my experience with what you're trying to achieve here in downtown Lyons, additional flexibility would benefit the board.
So let's make that a separate agenda.
Yeah,
Are there any other?
I just want-
I would agree.
I just wanted to highlight.
Any questions?
About this particular thing that showed a need for that. Yeah, I've got another question. I guess this is for the applicant. If I'm looking at the drawings and stuff, right, the building itself doesn't go all the way to the north edge of your property. There's that area that's been used as a parking lot for Mayama, right?
That's theirs.
A portion of that is this property. So the current drive aisle, if you use that as a reference, is about 1/3 on our property and 2/3 on the adjacent property. And if we, just to kind of touch on the parking issue as well, if we were to start with parking, which parking drives a lot of projects, but if that was our primary criteria here, we would put a 23-foot drive aisle on our property because there's no easement to use the neighbors. And then we would provide a 18-foot deep parking stall. So our building would be 20 feet deep. And we know that's not what you want, that's not what we would build. And so I just wanted to touch on that, we are almost property line to property line, except for that northeast corner where we carve out a little bit for egress and dumpster kind of rolling back and forth.
So the building's gonna go pretty close to the northern property line, except for that corner.
Exactly, within 6 inches.
Trustee Datty? I'm sorry, were you?
I have one more question. I understand that part of this project that will be proposed at some point is some type of a sales tax rebate, whatever you want to call it. At what point in the process would that get presented? Part of the development.
I think
agreement?
I think as an operator, I would do that and probably closer to next summer. So I'll coordinate with the other tenants to apply for a sales tax rebate.
Okay. So that would come after the development agreement?
Development agreement needs to be in place before we issue a building permit and they start construction on anything that's impacting the public right away.
Okay.
Trustee Datty, I just wanted to follow up on what Trustee Brining was asking about that northern wall. You know, you mentioned the idea of a mural, which I love. And I was also curious as to how much room was left behind, between the two properties, between the Miami building and this building, if there's actually going to be appreciation or visibility for that mural.
In the short term, maybe for a decades, you'll be able to see it because there's no development plans for the adjacent property, but this is common in an urban environment where you build zero lot line. You want that to look interesting, but know that someday there could be a building right up against it. And so we're trying to solve both of those. Like in the short term, it's a mural. Eventually that mural could be covered.
So in the short term, how much space did you say there would be exactly between the building, the Miami building and this building? How much space is there?
There's probably 40 feet between us.
Oh, okay.
There's only 6 inches or so between us and the property.
Okay, I was just trying to visualize exactly how much space there would be.
Lots of room to view.
Okay,
It's where everyone parks and my
Right.
house will still be there.
okay, so that, what we see as that parking area, that's about that.
That's mostly my.
Mostly
Yes.
that.
Okay, just checking.
So unless they tear down their building or expand it.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I wasn't clear where the property line was exactly. Okay, and can I follow up with my other questions? So just a few details. I really appreciate the presentation. And I'm a visual person, so I'm just looking at your visual here where I see mostly brick and some sandstone. Is this pretty accurate?
It is accurate.
Okay.
And we've looked at lots of options and blends of sandstone
Yeah.
and brick. And sandstone is much more expensive.
Sure.
And so we want to find the right balance to make this, feasible.
Sure.
And we have basically the bottom 24 to 30 inches is sandstone.
Okay.
We have sandstone at the parapet cap
Mhm.
and at the head of the windows and a couple miscellaneous details. There's certainly a precedent for this blend in Main Street. And which is why we kind of picked up on it.
Sure. Okay, thank you for that clarification. Also, I saw somewhere in the presentation, maybe not this or the documentation, that some sidewalks might need to be replaced. So would that be your responsibility?
Yeah.
Okay,
As part of the development, we need to meet sort of accessibility to all these entrances,
sure,
which requires reconstructing
sure.
a fair amount of sidewalk on both fronts.
Yeah, thank you. And I just have one more question regarding landscaping. So there's already landscaping in place. And so will that be affected at all, or are you planning?
The intent is to preserve it.
Okay,
And not touch it. I mean, so the extent of our sidewalk reconstruction will be a couple feet north of that existing landscape.
got it.
So those steps, all that intricate detail will remain untouched.
Okay, great. But you would be responsible, or the applicant would be responsible if the landscaping needs to be replaced, for example.
The development agreement we intend would include like their intent to preserve it, but should it be impacted, then they would be
Okay.
obligated to replace.
Thank you, that's all.
Trustee Roll, you have a question?
Yeah, this is a great looking project. This is a question for the applicant. It talks in here 3 to 4 storefronts on the first floor. We talked earlier in the workshop about perhaps the postal, I don't know what we want to call it, storefront. The general store looks like it's gonna take up the lion's share of that first floor. You mentioned it here, carefully curating the tenants. Do you have any notion of who might be attracted to the 2 smaller storefronts?
I'm kind of a doctor's office, doing additional health and wellness. I think long-term, she'd like to run like an urgent care type office. And like an ID clinic. I don't know, I'm not 100% sure if that generates sales tax revenue. So she's kind of high level interested, some kind of health and wellness programming. And they want to do some retail with that as well.
Will the first floor be plumbed for those sort of facilities?
It's designed to handle that flexibility. So it'll have a grease trap just in case our residents happen to want to go in day one. And often on structures like this, you leave a section of slab out so that you have the flexibility to add plumbing for that first tenant.
Okay.
Which is likely that there'll be some.
We anticipate multiple building permits, so I believe the applicant intends to do kind of what we call a core shell permit, to kind of cover the, main structure. And then as tenants occurs, then they'll pull their own separate permits. Am I speaking, is that still the intent?
Yeah.
Separate permits for tenants to customize the interior finish based on their needs.
Thank you.
Yeah. Your turn.
I have no questions. I am thrilled with this.
Thank you.
Trustee Williams?
A couple for staff and then maybe one for the applicant. It looks like there's just one condition that was mentioned from the PCDC, a technical one on utilities.
Yeah.
No other conditions that you have in mind? You have a log of any that might arise as we get to the point of talking about a development plan, any pinch points between staff and applicant we should be aware of?
If every staff planner could have an applicant team that brings a project this great on the first round of submittal, there would be far fewer planners in the world. No, I don't. The applicant has addressed the conditions from the Utilities and Engineering Board as well as Utilities Director, and my final corrections that weren't noted as conditions on this final submittal. They have, I think, and I don't know if this is still a possibility, but should an increased use of sandstone be feasible financially, they would love to not have to come back to you for a revision. So, but we didn't, we're not to that point. They're still doing pricing. And I think staff would support an increased use of sandstone, but just want to say that. But no, I have no concerns with their, just the requirement for a development agreement and the waiver for future parking requirements. But I'm not concerned on this.
Second question, I know we invited comment from the fire district and others, but I didn't see the comment back from the district.
I don't believe we got one officially in writing. We did send this on referral. We also have been talking about it with your fire team in our development review meetings. So they will get a complete referral during the building permit process, and will have their own permits for fire suppression and their own inspections. But we're not aware that they did not officially provide it in writing.
No obvious concerns with the 29-foot building.
They did not raise that.
Okay. And for the applicant, we're a block from an elementary school. We've got the dance studio just on the other side of that parking lot. We expect to be offering excellent ice cream, attracting kids to these sidewalks. Any special sensitivities to the traffic flow with children, especially as you're thinking about that sidewalk reconstruction?
Good question. I think that there's no dramatic changes to the sidewalk other than we're trying to make it compatible with all of these new entrances.
I would say through the right-of-way permit or building permit, we'll have conditions of approval related to, access and maintaining access and safety, through kind of whatever means. So ensuring that folks can traverse the property
And
or cross.
This is also a formal safe route to school section, so it will need to meet those requirements, but if you're meeting ADA,
Thank you.
Trustee Hammer?
No questions, just, I think this project's great, let's get it moving. I will say, I do like the words in the presentation of curated tenants. Cause, and you've heard me talk about this before, sir, but I think having services and products that the town residents need or, you know, people just outside the county, just to minimize the trips everybody makes along the line every day. So I think by curating those, that would be great, because I don't need to go buy some foo-foo hat or some, you know, we have enough of specialty shops. We need stuff that regular residents can buy. So I appreciate that effort.
I do have one question. Is there an estimate on the amount of use tax that the town might see and when that might hit?
We can provide an update for you during the budget retreat, but we have been running some preliminary estimates with finance director. But we have not seen the final permit valuation for which that will be based upon.
And should this project move forward, which it certainly looks like it would we start to see that use tax hit our books in 2026?
Depends on, so all of that is paid before we issue a building permit. So some of that I would look to the applicants on their latest estimations for. I would be fairly surprised if we have a permit issued before the end of the year, that we have this capability of reviewing a permit.
So she said 25 or 26.
Sorry, so the money would come in. Oh, yeah, I thought, yeah, sorry.
He was just wondering.
Oh, yeah.
Why 26?
And use tax goes into the general fund?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought you meant this year, not next year. Next year.
We have it in 2024.
And we'd love to get it going for
And park.
Okay.
So thank you, trustee Browning. So use tax goes to general fund and parks. What's the 1% goes to parks?
There's no mistake.
Split us in.
I was thinking
It
parks was
sounds
only
like-
just, well, Patsy's probably on here and may know. Oh, she may not.
I believe it's like a third when the.
It's a third
Third.
sale. I was thinking use was
The
not.
use is
Can
equivalent.
we talk
We can
about that during our budget workshop?
Yeah,
maybe?
I'll have those numbers.
Oh, sure.
prepared. I'll get better estimates from the applicant too, because again, if we have a core shell permit, the subsequent finished permits are gonna be probably not as dialed in as the core shell, but we can get some information from the applicant and bring those estimates during the budget retreat.
That would be helpful.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions before we open the public hearing? Okay. I will then open the public hearing. If you'd like to come and speak about First Main, please come on up to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you'll have presence.
We're still in the lobby.
Anybody?
It says tree trunk already. The one that went around. Where is it?
Sophie would need her.
Say something. Hello, I'm Claudia Turno and vice president, but I think this building looks beautiful. And thank you so much for putting so much thought into it and how it's designed. And being a chair of the Lions Arts and Humanities Commission, I'm tickled with the idea of leaving some space for a mural. So hopefully we can figure out something beautiful to put in that space, and it'll be such a nice addition to our Main Street that's missing right now. So thank you.
Thank you.
Could you give your address, please?
Yes, 641 First Avenue.
Thank you.
All right, last chance.
Justin Bruckner, I'm 204 Cobblestone Court. And I would just echo probably a sentiment from my hat as staff liaison for Arts and Humanities and also Historic Preservation. I know Sarah and team have taken a lot of care to really have the building be historically relevant and just match what Lions Downtown has been like historically. And it's a really exciting spot to see even though we all wanted the swimming pool there, we were really excited.
Anyone else? All right, then I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion.
I move to approve resolution 2025-69, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving a major development plan for 402 Main Street with the recommended condition of approval noted in the resolution.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
All right. Discussion, Mayor Protem, would you like to start?
This was a fantastic presentation. It's always a bit of a roll of the dice with any kind of a economic venture in this town. We understand that. But Sarah, I really appreciate you noting, this is really the first community people drive through. When they were first arriving in Colorado, my first time here ever was 25 to 66 to Lyons to Estes Park. And that was my only view of Colorado for, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 trips. And I think this is just a wonderful design, a great looking project, as well as wonderful to our town.
Thank you. Trustee Browning?
Yes, I want to compliment the applicants for a thorough and very attractive presentation. Filling the hole as this property has come to be known in recent years as an important economic boost to downtown Lyons. The reason I asked questions about parking and made some notes about things that we might could improve in that area is parking for any new building, especially a multi-story building in downtown Lyons is by definition a big issue, because unlike most other communities, we don't have a municipal parking lot in Lyons. And it's been pointed out in our parking studies as notes. Focusing on the parking aspects of new buildings is important. It's controversial on the hotel, but I think that that's been satisfied here. I think that there is enough available parking in the area, which may not strictly comply with the way that our code is written, but I think that's probably our fault for not having a more flexible code. So I think it does meet the applicable criteria under the code. To an acceptable extent, and I'm glad to see something happen here, and I'll be voting in favor of this.
Thank you. Trustee Williams?
I do support the project and the plan. I think its physical presence is one that we'll all ultimately be excited about as it gets refined through the rest of the process. Same for its economic presence and its cultural presence in town. I don't see any reason that I would oppose it, or any conditions that occur to me at this point to even offer up, especially. Thanks.
Trustee Hamrick?
Yeah, as I said earlier, I support this. And thank you for doing the right thing for this town. You know, it could have looked a lot different. And because our development standards aren't that strict, in my opinion, so this is a historical site, so thank you for taking that into consideration and doing the right thing.
Trustee Raji?
Yep. I love the presentation. I love how intentional you are with the design. I love speaking to what Trustee Hamrick said, the intention around the curated tenants, and also wanting to provide essential services for locals. I would love to see a building permit issued in time for the anniversary of the fire. It's been almost 3 years, and I don't know if it's humanly possible or not, but to be able to, I don't know if it's breaking ground is the same thing as getting a permit, but if we could have some kind of symbolic something happening 3 years post fire, I think that would be very meaningful to the community.
Yeah, I fully support this plan. I think this building has the potential to be the centerpiece for the entire downtown. It's gonna look great. So thank you for this.
And I support this as well, and I want to echo the thanks for doing the right thing. I remember the day of the fire when I heard that you all had closed on the property just a few days prior. Just the rock in my stomach, you know, on top of everything else. And I just want to reiterate that we know you didn't have to do it this way. And the fact that you're doing it this way is so meaningful to the town of Lyons. The day of the fire, I was standing on the corner and I was standing next to this young man who had a camera. And we started chit-chatting, and it turned out he was the grandson of the grocer who had been the grocer when the building burned in 1967. Was that it? And he was the grandson standing there taking more photos of this building. And it just, the fact that something so beautiful is coming out of such a tragic day is really wonderful. So I too will be voting yes. Yes, bravo. Okay, with that, I will call for the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Congratulations. Ice cream for everybody. That's for everybody. Okay. So now let's move to the first reading of ordinance 1199, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, removing sections 13.350, 13.3.110, and 13.3.120, and amending section 13.380 of the Lyons Municipal Code, modifying regarding water rates, which was continued from the October 6th meeting.
Mayor and trustees, so this was a ordinance that developed over time as we were first looking at the water rates for the Lyons Fire Protection District. You may remember it was a while ago, we were talking about their rates and where this rate came from that was set directly in the Lyons Municipal Code for them specifically, with a fee separated out from all of the others. With further review, there's a number of sections of that code that are no longer applicable. Again, all the water customers in town but one, that's CenturyLink building, have water meters to them. So there's no longer the need for code that talks about a deadline for when you need to convert to a meter. There's no longer a need for all of the various definitions and setting of rates for non-metered water. So a lot of this was really cleanup code to remove that. As the Utility and Engineering Board are looking at modifying the rate structure for water, it was thought that we should clear this up. Could have been done at the same time, but getting this out of the way would clear it out for focus on the water rate structure. Currently, as Chair Kerr mentioned, it says water rates are set, see the town clerk in there. It's kind of one that doesn't make a lot of sense. So as we work on that, along with some of the other actual rate structure, we wanted to remove some of this to help separate them out and be less confusing in the two ordinances.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Director Catholic? No?
Okay.
Okay, like that. Then I would entertain motion.
I move to approve ordinance 1199 on first reading, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, removing sections 13-3-50, 13-3-110, and 13-3-120, and amending section 13-3-80 of the Lyons Municipal Code, modifying the language regarding water rates.
Thank you. Is there a second? Any discussion on this?
Just that it's good to keep our code as simple and readable as possible. It's not always possible for some technical aspects of it, but people need to look at it. I think a bunch of old sections in it that haven't really applied for years and years and years confuses people and makes it hard to find what you need. So clean up things like this are good. The attention that we need and
Great. Anybody else? All right, I'll call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Everybody? All right, moving right along. We have first reading of ordinance 1200, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving an amendment to the agreement to buy and sell real estate for 2186 Apple Valley Road and 0 North St. Vrain Road with Richard Barth Himmelstein. Staff?
I guess I'll take this one, at least to start. So you're aware of this contract to sell this property, the former water tank property, or the water treatment facility property. One of the conditions of sale originally was the recreational easement for access to this property. the potential buyer, did their due diligence, was initially, concerned. We sent them some information on, some protections under state law. They said want to do some additional due diligence on how they felt about the easement. And then they've come back to us recently and said they are not willing to buy the property with the easement. And so this proposed amend, if the board so wishes to consider, would take away the recreational easement. It does that by rescinding a previous amendment which put it in. We never accepted that amendment. No one accepted that amendment, but it was on the table, and so this rescinds that offer. And then the other thing it does is it kicks out the closing to December 10th. And the reason we had to do that is simply because of timing and the fact we have to pass this via ordinance. That was the soonest by which we could get this. The ordinance could be effective, and we could get this thing to closing. So at this point, it's just for the board's discussion of how they feel about the recreational easement. But the amendment is there if you wish to go down the path of not requiring that.
Great, thank you. Are there questions for Attorney Dittman? No questions? Go ahead.
I have a clarifying question.
Yep.
So just to be clear, is the contract contingent on this recreational easement?
Brandon?
Yes.
Is that what I'm understanding? Yeah.
That,
So
at this
that's-
point, it is. If we don't remove the recreational easement, it's our understanding that the buyer will walk. We will get our earnest money if that happens, but that's currently where we're at.
So that's the point of the discussion tonight then?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
And maybe this is a question for other staff. Would this create a discontinuity in an existing easement?
No, there's currently a recreation, oh, sorry, Brandon. Go ahead.
No, it would not create within the existing town easement. So there's a recreational easement on the adjacent properties. Is it going through this property, and kind of the state law is currently, if you touch the bottom of the waterway, you're technically trespassing, and so this was meant to kind of shield against that. However, it doesn't create any problems for existing town easements.
Well, I'm asking if there is a recreational easement on the properties on either side of it. So
There is on the north side,
Okay.
where there's a formal Boulder County boat drop,
Mhm.
and the people park along the street there.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Of course, I would comment.
No, not yet.
All right, if there are no questions, I would entertain a motion.
Move to approve on first reading ordinance 1200 and ordinance Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving an amendment to the agreement by and so it is April 2186 Apple Valley Road and 0 North St. Grain Road with Richard R. Philistine, and move to a second reading.
Thank you. Is there a second?
A second.
All right, trustee Lowell.
So I feel obligated to speak on this, and trustee Williams, there's a little background on it. This basically, I was requesting a recreational easement so that people will be allowed to touch the bottom of the river downstream from the Apple Valley Bridge, which has been a tradition now for as long as I've been here, and certainly well before that. The recreational easement only covered the south banking to the south banking. It's basically the river. I'm disappointed that the buyer didn't understand that perhaps. I think it's short-sighted to sell it without the recreational easement. I'm not going to hold this up. Public access is a big issue in Colorado, particularly on rivers, where if you so much as touch the bottom, the sheriff can be called and you can be arrested for trespassing.
Unless it's a navigable weather.
There are no navigable waters in Colorado.
State legislator has never determined which rivers are navigable in this state.
And the test for that is whether it was navigable in commerce at the time of statehood. And so there wasn't enough steamboats in Colorado or, at 1876.
Well, it could be, commerce could be defined as a trapper in a canoe full of his hides coming downstream. But that's an issue way above the pay grade of this board. I was only trying to retain, accepted public access on this portion. I am hopeful that there won't be any incidents. I hope that the new owner will see fit to allow the pass through that has been a tradition there. I'm not gonna hold this up by, insisting that the recreational easement be in it, but I'm disappointed. And it's become a problem in Colorado with river access. I think we're rapidly becoming an elitist state wherein the people who the money and own the waterfront and thereby own parts of the river or all of the river are denying access to the common folk. So.
Okay,
I have to say.
thank you. Anybody else?
Just that selling this old water treatment plant is important for so many reasons. It's a blight and an eyesore that's existed for 20 years to our neighbors out in Apple Valley. The sales price would produce much needed revenue for water and wastewater fund. As I mentioned earlier, has some expensive capital projects facing it. And I'd also say that although the initial intent of the board majority was to try to see if we could create a recreational easement here, there is one immediately upstream from the county's property, and the problems that exist under state law on touching the bottom and trespassing and all that exist all the way down the river. And even if we could fix it in this one parcel, the same problems would exist downriver. So it's something that's we can only do a small bit to address. Given all those considerations, I think that it's very important and will be a big step forward on. I think we started talking about this 6 years ago, trying to get this done. And we're actually getting close to it, and it'll be a big benefit to the town, the surrounding landowners in Apple Valley, and the prospective purchaser in the future. So I'm very much in favor of getting this done. Support this.
Any other comments?
I'd just say that I sympathize with both the preference for a recreational easement and the prioritization of moving this process along and reaping the financial fiscal benefit of getting it into somebody else's hands and getting the value returned to the town.
Okay, then I'll go for the vote.
And the motion passes unanimously.
Perfect, thank you. All right, would you please read the consent agenda into the record?
Yes, item 1 are the October 6, 2025 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes, and item 2 are the October accounts payable.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve consent?
So,
Is there a second?
Second.
Anybody like to remove either of those items? Great, we'll vote on consent.
That motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you, everybody. So let's move on to boards and commissions, and then we will take a short break after the LEHC update. So it is my great pleasure to appoint Senya Rumbach, let me say her last name, to the Student Advisory Commission, with great thanks to Trustee Dashi for getting that kick-started again. Stephanie Altman to the Sustainable Futures Commission, and welcoming Don Weller back to the Sustainable Futures Commission. Okay. Chair Paterno.
Yeah.
Would you like to give us an LEHC update?
Yes, I'd love to, Mayor Rogan. Thank you. Good evening. Hello, trustees. Well, first of all, I could start by passing out our new postcard. So Kristen Bruckner designed this, but it's our walking tour of all the sculptures in town. So please feel free to take one. There's a little video app. You can hit the QR code and it'll take you on a walking tour through all of our public art spaces. So that's really nice to have. And Kristen, thank you for doing it. We always have new art coming in. So I think you guys heard we are officially Alliance Creative District. We've got finally our designation has come through from the Colorado Creative Industries. So Crystal DeCoster has led the force on that, and we are completely thrilled that we've arrived here, and she's busy pulling the board together and getting through this punch list to make it
officials. So we're super excited about that, and we'll figure out how the LCD and the Lions Arts and Humanities Commission like work together going forward. But that's super news. And we have our EV charging battery station arriving in Sandstone Park tomorrow. So as you guys know, you've worked with Diane Dandino on this really amazing project, and one of her paintings that she did at Chaco Canyon of like an eagle with a sandstone background will be wrapped around that whole entire battery unit. So I think it'll look really beautiful and will blend in well with the atmosphere at Sandstone Park. So thrilled about that, and it's great to be able to showcase Diane's artwork because it is so beautiful, her paintings. So we have an electrical box that was just finished. So we usually paint one creative outlet, which is one of the electrical boxes in town a year. So actually Simone Paterno, my daughter, just finished the one right by Lumber Liquors of the pop top bottle caps flying around. And we had a little bit of extra money, so we are actually going to paint the electrical box across, right at the fire station, across from the bollards, the striped bollards that the teens painted last month. So that's exciting. And actually one of the teens that painted that, Natalie Hutt, will actually be doing the creative outlet box. So LHC just voted on that, and her design was awesome. So we're gonna go by the fire department, drop off our design and talk to them and see that we get their approval since the box is on their property, you know. And let's see, so the municipal flag, we've been working on that. So I appreciate all you guys, your feedback on how we're working along on this project. We had 12 submissions from 12 different artists here in Lyons. The commission brought it down to 4, and we felt, the commission, as well as I think you guys did see it in the packet last week, that maybe not necessarily one of them really hit the mark spot on. So our plan is to email these 4 winners, the top winners, and speak to them and give them a little bit more guidance on following some of the branding of Lions, and a little bit more fine tuning on the palette they should use. We had the orange and the forest green of our Town of Lions label, as well as we incorporated some of the wayfinding colors. But we're gonna have them kind of like hone it into some more Lions like colors that you would relate to. So that's exciting. Hopefully we'll get that email out and get their submissions back in, and maybe by the end of the year, we'll have decided on a municipal flag for Lions. So we're excited about that project. And we appreciate you guys' feedback as we've worked along on getting it just right. And then we are still currently feeding the coffers for the Priscilla Cohen Artistic Pursuits Fund. So Misty Brackett and Kathy Rivers, as well as Crystal DeCosta and myself, we have a night planned Friday, November 14th at the Wildflower Pavilion. We're having like a Priscilla's party. It's called The Heartbeat Goes On. So it's going to be a great night. We'll have live music. We'll be serving drinks and food. And we're really grateful for Craig Ferguson opening up the Wildflower Pavilion space for this party. We've raised about $9,000 of the $25,000 that we need for the seed money. Thankfully, they've extended the date to October 26th. So we have another year to raise the rest of that money. So I think we'll be able to pull it off, I hope. So we invite all of you guys to come. It should be a really special night. And we anticipate a lot of artists, friends of Priscilla's that were all over Boulder County. So that should be great. We're excited about that. Let's see. You guys might have seen the mural that's been started on the Broadway Annex building. So as you're heading out of town, that grayish building that sticks out. So Brent Hollingshead is starting his mural. And we wanted the mural to reflect some of the history of Lions. So we had a lot of submissions, and the commission chose his. It is actually the back of a Native American on a horse with a mountainous scene and kind of some geometric designs that will go in the background. And he's kind of worked like the color palette, as you can kind of start to see it come together. It looks great. It's like sandstone, it's browns and it's blues and whites. And I think it'll be really nice. And we were, really intentional when we decided what kind of artwork to put there. So I think it'll look really beautiful, and as you're leaving town, it'll be something you see, on the way out. So we're pleased about that. And yeah, that was privately funded. So we're grateful that the owner of the building was happy to have artwork on the side of his building. So yeah, so we're excited about that. You guys are probably wondering about that Android Jones mural, but that's still in the process. We are hoping, it would be rolled out when we had the Main Street people visiting. But there's been a holdup now with, the printing of the mural cloth. So they believe they'll get it in any day, and once in, and the supplies are in, they should be able to, start the process of putting this almost like wallpaper on this north side of the building. But now, as we're moving into late October, we're just concerned that the temperatures, if they get too cold or stay below freezing too many nights in a row, they won't be able to put it up. So it just might come this spring. We're looking forward to that taking place. Bless you, Victoria. Thank you. So let's see, and then still on the docket, we have a mural plan for the St. Brian Extension Trail. So we're gonna be painting the back of that building that's next to Spirit Home that the town actually owns. So that's in the progress. Crystal DeCoster's rolled out 2026 art show, so that's super great. You know, she's got artists lined up, musicians are coming in, and the food purveyors. We currently have Sharon Denton's artwork up in the library. So if you haven't had a chance to go by and see it, you should. Her paintings and her pottery, they're just really fantastic. So that's the Q4 art show. I can't believe that 2025 is like coming to a close already. Seems like it goes fast. Last but not least, I know you guys have the budget ahead, so thank you for looking at our budget request. We kind of aim for the moon. I think we'll be happy to land upon the stars. Know there's not a lot of excess money, so anything you bring to the commission, we'll be grateful for. The Lions Community Foundation did once again gave us $7,250, which we are incredibly happy about. So $5,000 that will go to our Hearts of Lions sculpture program, and then $1,250 that will paint another electrical box in town. So that's what the Lions Arts and Humanities Commission's been up to.
Gosh, a lot.
It's a lot. Yes, we, yeah, it's great. We stay busy.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks so much.
Absolutely.
Thanks for giving us the update. Does
Yeah.
anybody have
Any
any questions for Churro?
Yep. Great things happening.
I'd just like to commend the commission for being so dynamic and so, such a great working group. I mean, they just never stop. They
Really-
just see from the list of.
We're so fortunate to have LAHC Lions.
Oh, it's a
because
pleasure.
You all
Yeah.
do amazing work.
Thank you.
You really do. So thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Love
Yeah.
these updates.
It's our pleasure. Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Thank
Have a
you.
great night.
You too.
You wanna finish the one item?
Oh, yeah, let's do that. So before we take a break, let's do general business item 1, which is discussion direction on Sarah Lorraine's request for a letter of support for centralized mail delivery at 402 Main Street. I'll kick us off by saying I would be more than happy to sign that letter and also help facilitate conversations at the congressional level in any way I can. Anyone else?
Yeah, a second.
Yes, red orders.
Yep. Yeah.
Douglas award for me.
Okay, there you go.
And there was a sample in your packet.
Yep, and the sample was totally fine. Yeah.
We'll get that for you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Have a great night now.
Thank you.
Okay, now we'll take a break.
All right. Cookies, anybody?
Lisa was gonna get that.
He said he was gonna leave it for us.
Yeah, Lisa.
Oh, the board.
Is it 5 minutes or 10?
Let's take 10.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Hold on to that.
All right, okay, great. Thanks for the break. Thanks for the cookies, trustee Dashi. So second item of general business is resolution 2025-74, a resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the 2025 affordable housing grant agreement with Boulder County Housing. So we had a workshop on this earlier, and many thanks again to Commissioner Stolzman and Boulder County staff who attended. I think it was really useful to have county staff here and hope to see more of that in the future. It's great to have the conversations. During the workshop, there were several issues that came up. And we learned that the county is amenable to potentially amending this agreement. I know that trustee Browning has compiled a list of issues, and what is the timing?
Yeah, good question. So we chatted a little bit after the meeting, and a couple of things. Commissioner Stoltzman indicated they'd be very happy to amend the agreement to remove the 12% and just say, shall advance affordable housing goals without a numerical number. So that was her suggested edit to that particular one. And then she's happy to kind of take back to the attorneys that second kind of, I think it was under point number B or letter B about kind of that blanket clause. Sooner rather than later, but we also, I think when we were chatting, we assumed you were probably going to give staff direction tonight to work with Boulder County staff, and then as quickly as we can connect with them. So I don't know if it would be at the first meeting in November or the second meeting in November.
So I think, and I was chatting with trustee Browning about this during the break. If possible, I think it would move the ball farther, faster. If the board gave direction to staff about changes that the board would like to see, and then if we could see those changes, then you may have additional suggestions. If we could see a draft before it goes back to the county.
Okay.
If the timing supports that, sure, with the county, I think. And if the board agrees that that's a good way to go about it, that might wind up saving us time down the road. Sure.
We might have to come back though if the county has a counter.
Yeah,
Okay.
of course. Yeah. But I think, we all want to see this agreement get done.
Okay.
And we want to see these projects move forward. So, I think the question is, what's the most expedient way to do that?
Fair enough.
I would go so far as to say it's not every day that we get handed $900,000
Amen.
in developmental, and I would not want to turn that away.
No. No, we're very, and I would like to go on record saying that I recognize we are very fortunate. To be the recipients of that affordable and attainable housing tax.
I heard very clearly that there were other projects in other communities that I could go to, and I would like to keep it here. Mine's.
Yep.
I was also thrilled to hear them say that if part of the court turns out not to be possible, that remaining funds out of the 700 might be see.
Or move to other opportunities.
Right, that may exist.
Cause I was asking Victoria at the break about the over here was Riverbend. We had that presentation by the gentleman from Studio Shed. So apparently that sounds like that's off the table. But point is, if there's other opportunities out there that if some reason this doesn't work out engineering wise for Carter Court, then.
Well, and I think my just point of process, my bad here. We should have a motion in a second before we start actually discussing the resolution.
Oh.
For folks who didn't watch the workshop, would staff like to give a brief overview of what we're talking about?
Sure. So this is a funding agreement that would be executed between the town of Lyons and Boulder County related to the affordable and attainable housing tax that was passed by Boulder County voters in 2023. The Boulder County Commissioners allocated $900,000 of funds under that tax money to come to the town of Lyons. Town of Lyons would execute a subrecipient agreement to turn around those funds to Boulder County Housing Authority to advance the Carter Court project and some high-level initial planning and engineering work for the 224 Seward project.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And assuming there are no questions for staff at this point, I would entertain a motion in a second so we can discuss.
I move approval of resolution 2025-74, resolution of the town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the 2025 affordable housing grant agreement with Boulder County Housing Authority.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay. Now, and apologies, trustee Hammer. So now, so we've had a little bit of discussion already. And it seems like the plan to direct staff to amend the resolution, bring it back to us, and then have us take a look at it before it goes to the county. Is that the way the board would like to proceed? Or should we direct staff to amend it and negotiate it with them?
So just so I'm clear, I know the 12% reference is going to be muted, but did you mention the liability
I think there's
aspect?
four
that's going on
altogether.
here?
Yeah, there's a number, I know trustee Browning has a number of items he'd like to
Okay.
bring up. I just would like to settle on the process before we go into the
Yeah, I'm
details.
good with that process.
Yes.
I'm gonna pull up the
Trustee
agreement
Williams?
if you don't
My
mind.
only addition to the process, and this may well be happening behind the scenes already, is for our staff and their staff to work as closely as possible on what the likely budget will be, especially for Carter Court.
I would agree.
So that we understand where that 700 is going, we know how far they are likely to dip into it before we get a report back. So that we know how it fits into the presumption that we may have to donate property or waive fees. Or make other concessions for all of this to work. I'd like as much clarity as we can get on those things, which may not be very much, but it's some.
Just a range.
Yeah, let's pursue it as best we can during the agreement negotiations.
It does sound like it's gonna be difficult for them to be able to do it because we don't look anything like the Lafayette project, and this is probably the first small one that they're trying to do through this.
Yeah.
So I got a feeling that whatever it is they come back is gonna be a wide guess.
I think they're going to ask for a lot from us when the time comes. And I think in the meantime, yes, there will be a lot of play in their estimates.
Yeah.
One thing that concerns me as an observer through most of this discussion with the board was that I think there is real skepticism about the viability of stabilizing the stream bank and dealing with the topography in an economic way. And I would hate to see a lot of the funds that could otherwise get repurposed for some other project thrown away on something that many board members seem to believe ultimately might be futile.
Do you have a not to exceed number in your head, or do you want us to bring back either a better estimate or maybe kind of a not to exceed on anything that's not?
That's what I was thinking.
I mean, I could guess at a number, but I don't know that that's productive.
Okay, we'll try and refine it as best we can and then maybe propose something like that. So there's some degree of certainty. We have a go, no go before we spend all the money.
When I asked that question, it seemed that county staff didn't quite even understand the question. Like, how much are you going to spend to tell us whether you like this project or not? And we didn't really even.
Yeah, I think they probably don't know.
And this staff that was answering the question was not the staff that has been managing that. So I think there was some degree of disconnect just internally on the knowledge.
Skill set.
There.
Trustees.
At any point, were they offering our design that we paid for?
Sure, they've seen it, they've been using it.
So
But that's
why-
not the same
I'm
design.
unclear as to, I mean, all the information they need is right there.
That design would have to be altered to increase the buildable footprint of the lot. So my understanding is that design would have graded the lot much closer to the street, and this would have to revise the design to make a larger
Not just a
footprint.
question of variance on the lot size. It
No,
would
no,
have
no.
to be-
We've said this before, the original stream bank that we have, that's for 635 or whatever, goes from the toe up to the curb, bringing it back to make it a totally
The 2 to
unusable lot.
1, no, it's a 2-to-1 to 3-to-1 slope from the bottom of the banking.
This would keep the toe the way that left-hand Saint wants it. It would change the rest.
So I think what I'm hearing is they're considering what do you call them?
Retaining wall.
Retaining wall.
What, there was a photo, she didn't address it tonight, a new our civil engineer and one of their geotechnical engineers met. And they said they feel like instead of filling in the whole lot with the retaining wall, it'd be better to go, I don't know if you remember seeing it up and then over. And so, but the toe would stay totally acceptable to
Well, they
St.
have- they
Green
have
County.
to. I mean, if you start to go beyond the toe, now you started to get an Army Corps of Engineer wetland permit.
And I think this conversation is going beyond the scope of.
Please. So this will be the third design for this stream bank. By the way, I'm all for the concept that they propose. I think the ownership of these homes is a wonderful thing. I just think this is the wrong site for it, and that the money could be better used, like Dave said, on perhaps another project that's more economical, I guess is what I'm saying.
Well,
So I'm not gonna say any more. I'm going to vote yes on this, and we'll see where it goes.
At the time we had this discussion, there weren't other lots, you know, we didn't have any, so that's why we presented it. And the board was okay with that. Since then, I think there are a couple other opportunities. If we potentially could work with them to say, would you be willing to obtain another piece of land with this funding? And it maybe could present more opportunities. But as we all know, when we start this discussion about affordable housing and where it is, it takes you down another. Could take years to figure out if that's acceptable to the public or you. We've presented a couple infill lots that we thought were development. Or redevelopment and infill that did not go forward. There are 2 new lots that we have on our radar that could probably do 10 to 12 units. And wouldn't spend the 700. Not to make them happen, but to purchase the land.
Well, and I think we need to be cognizant of, we're talking about ownership. Right, and I think that's a really important piece that.
Yeah, so if you guys
be getting behind.
want us to go back right now and say, we don't want to pursue Carter Court anymore, you just tell us, but. For now, the way this was written was, that's what was all we could come up with at the time.
Well, I think the question that I think, Lisa, you put to Trustee Williams is, do you have a not to exceed number?
Toward Carter Court before
toward discovering more about whether that's possible at Carter. I think that's a good question.
We can bring that back to you maybe when we come back with the final version of the language after further discussion.
What would a reasonable number for an analysis?
You know what, they've done some already with ours. I think we're talking only like $20,000.
Oh,
you're kidding.
Oh, no, this is just to do the engineering and design.
I was gonna say 50, but I agree. I don't know that
it's not-
we're,
it's
it's
not
not
6
a
months of work.
significant amount of the funds. But we will do our best to confirm.
Okay.
And
I
then
would
maybe,
support anything under 100.
Yeah.
okay,
I like that number.
Yeah, I don't think they want to spend these in 26.
Yeah, well, then if, so that's great because then that's motivation for their engineers to get going on discovering whether this is feasible or not.
Yeah.
I would support their spending their dollars up to 100.
Well, I think,
I
every
think
dollar
our
that they
dollar.
don't spend on feasibility studies is a dollar that you can spend on housing.
On this project or another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not thinking, I originally was thinking around 52, but now that I think about what they've already designed, I don't think it's that far off. I don't think.
Okay. And if the sooner we know, the better for everybody,
Yep.
for all parties. Okay, Trustee Browning, would you like to go through your list?
Yeah, I would. I'd like to make a few general comments first. I'm trying to keep it as short as I can, but a couple of things, just stepping back from looking at this. And I'm trying to come at this from the perspective of a Lions Board of Trustees member. If I came at this as with the perspective of a Boulder County taxpayer and was told that my county government was going to spend $700,000 for 2 small duplexes on a compromised embankment. If somebody would propose that for a project for the town of Lyons, I would say, this is not a good use of our money, but I'm not sitting here as a Boulder County taxpayer. I'm sitting here as a trustee member. And as has been discussed in prior discussions of this, I think what we have to focus on is the use of town of Lyons resources, in particular our taxpayer and ratepayer resources for a project of this nature. Two small duplexes built on a compromised lot that are going to be way more expensive than the average lot built on. And as I said before, the lots have little value to the town right now. Although we have an appraisal showing they're worth quite a bit. It's not something we can do anything with. I'm even open to perhaps some types of fee waivers, but when you start getting into water and wastewater fund assets being used for a project with those types of numbers in it, I just have real problems as a trustee of committing significant town resources other than the lots and perhaps some minor fee waivers to this. I also just have to say that the county came up with this process of we're gonna send the money to you, you're gonna send the money back to us, and you're gonna sign this agreement, you're gonna sign that sub-agreement. Why can't we do what got done with the Walt Self years ago? We provide the land and they do the development. This kind of convoluted back and forth, we pay you, you pay us back, we have to do all these agreements that address what our responsibilities are. That is a perfect example of why so many people in Lyons, when they hear the words Boulder County, meaning the Boulder County government, roll their eyes of, oh no, we've got to deal with Boulder County. This is a bureaucratic red tape process that doesn't have to be done this way, except the county has decided it's got to be done this way. They really didn't think this through well, and this is an example of why people get frustrated in dealing with Boulder County. And I wish the county, both at the commissioner level and the staff level, could see that. Having said all that, and again, reserving future judgment as to what resources of the town of Lyons should be put into this. Besides the agreements the problems with the agreements that I mentioned in the workshop, let me hit 4 things in there more, and I think the suggestion is a good one, that we communicate these to staff, including the town attorney, because some of these are legal, and some of the other ones are legal issues, and they try to come up with a different proposed agreement to offer to Boulder County. In addition to the things I already mentioned, the 12% and the factor about Lyons remaining liable to the county for all obligations, even after we pass most of the responsibilities on the Boulder County Housing, we'd still be on the hook. There are these things. Multiple places in these agreements, we are referred to as partners with Boulder County Housing Authority. Legally, a partnership, both partners are liable for all liabilities of the partnership. I'm not sure that we want to be legal partners with someone who may be doing construction on with heavy equipment on a dangerous embankment and electrical undergrounding and all that kind of thing. I think we may need to clarify that we're not legally partners on this, because they're going to have primary responsibility, because they're going to be in control of the money. They're going to have most of the responsibility here. There's one paragraph in the sub-Mississippi agreement that doesn't even make grammatical sense. It says that the Boulder County Housing Authority will undertake to all projects. Will undertake to do what to all projects? I don't even know. That needs clarification. There's a specific provision in the main agreement that Boulder County may require repayment of funds from the town of Lyons. Now, if we get all this money, transfer it back to Boulder County Housing Authority and they spend it, looks like to me, we're still on the financial hook for this. They can come to us for repayment of funds that we're not even in control of, because Boulder County Housing Authorities. And additionally, there's a provision in here addressing liability for negligence. And this is a point that I'll ask Brandon to weigh in on. There's a Colorado statute, the Colorado Governmental Immunity Act, that spells out when governmental entities have liability for negligence, and it sets up certain circumstances where we can be held liable for negligence, but generally we cannot. But there's a separate provision in this contract that looks like to me it creates some contractual duty not to be negligent. I don't want to expand our potential liability for negligence on a project like this beyond what is set by statute. That needs to be clarified. There's a few other things here that are some legal points that I will run by Brandon, but I couldn't agree or vote for this with these agreements, but perhaps with these agreements resolved and revised, I could consider it. I still have hesitancy about proceeding down a path on a project with these types of numbers, $700,000 for 2 small duplex units. But the extent of my concern is going to mirror the extent to which Lions commits financial resources to this, because we have already met our local housing goals. That doesn't mean we shouldn't pursue additional housing. Mayor Pro Tem Williams came up with the correct description. We should be opportunistic. And opportunistic to me means things like sewer project, potentially 20 units that would help people that already live in lines, that are already connected to town and utilities, that we have great support in lines for, versus 2 small duplex units that are going to be a problem to build. I think one is a much better opportunity than the other. I was glad to hear that they might be open to redirecting funds to the thing that I think is much more efficient use of town and county resources. I'm glad that possibility is out there. But that's where I am right now. We need to fix these agreements, and there are concerns about how much town taxpayer and ratepayer resources would go to the Carter Court project.
You. Trustee Williams?
Subject to what I hear from colleagues here and what the ultimate resolution might be, I'll support moving forward with an agreement. I do have some, at least curiosity, maybe just short of skepticism about each project. On Carter Court, the basic budget still doesn't quite click in my mind. If Boulder County puts $700,000 into this, if we contribute the value of the land, if buyers put in $500,000 times 2, that's a couple of $1 million for homes that may be at market 800 or so each. So if I just understand those most basic numbers, where we, by which I mean the buyers and Lions and Boulder County, might be overpaying for this. And yet, if we have an opportunity to leverage what other people are doing and get a couple more nice homes in place at a reasonable price in a category that we don't often provide, which is for sale product, I could find my way to it. On the sewer property, I also have a couple of reservations. One is that the agreement that we saw, or at least the summary of it, said that it would at least include in the spending for that 200, some conceptual work and some education and some consensus building. I hope that's not a lot of that 200. And it wasn't clear what the other things were that were more tangible capital expenditures and value creation. But I don't have any problem with there being more conceptual components, as long as they don't end up eating up too much of that 200. In the same way that I'm happy that not much of the 700 is likely to get eaten up by basically an engineering assessment, if that's really what that is. I was not convinced that the sewer plan ultimately would avoid displacement, which is something we all worry about, and which I can tell you is a very hard thing to address, especially if it hasn't really been substantively prioritized. So I'd encourage everyone to think through that when we get to the point where we're talking in more detail about what these projects are. Bottom line on all of that, I'm happy to sign this agreement. I'm happy to put their 900 to work. I think when the time comes, I will be a little bit of a skeptic about what our contribution ought to be, especially if some of these issues like displacement don't feel as if they've been fully addressed. Maybe it's a property donation, but I don't think it's a property donation plus fee waivers, plus water tap waivers, things that come out of our budget in addition to assets that we have on hand that might be underutilized. All that said, I appreciate what they're doing. I think they both have potential. Seward especially fits into my model of trying to work on something that's broken. Carter Court is barely broken in its stream bank. Seward could use some help, which I think they will try to patch up before they do something more dramatic. So generally, I'm for it with a reservation or two.
Thank you. Trustee Hammer?
I am not a developer and I don't play one on TV, so. That said, no, I'm in support of this agreement. I agree with Trustee Williams and Browning. I was in support of Carter Court initially, but if we have, I'd hate to see 700K bills expense to get to a buildable lot if we have other options. So anyway, so I'm in support of the agreement. I think it just takes off more dialogue that these gentlemen just brought up, which will come in due course.
Trustee Duffy?
I'm in support of this agreement, and I also remember this board clearly agreeing with Mayor Pro Tem at a retreat at the beginning of this year. They were looking for opportunities. We were supposed to be opportunistic when it came to affordable housing. And this is a pretty incredible opportunity that has been presented to us. And we are paying in to this affordable housing tax, and for them to choose this community to put $900,000 is pretty incredible for us. I hear people say all the time, residents here, that their adult children cannot afford to buy property in Lyons. This is not a market entry community. People cannot afford to start in Lyons. And I feel like if we can get under properties under 500,000, that gives them a chance to enter the market, to enter the community, and then maybe go up from there. Because I don't know too many people who are buying their first homes who can afford something at $900,000 or $1 million, which is we're very close to in Lyons at a median value. So I fully support, even if they're 4 small units, Trustee Browning, I feel like it's better than nothing. I do. I support it.
Do you have anything to add to your previous comments? Okay, so I want to add a couple of things. First of all, in order for us to just give and Attorney Dittman, correct me if I'm wrong, in order for us to be giving direction to staff to revise this agreement and bring us back another draft, we would have to be voting down this resolution tonight.
Or continue it.
Or continue it. Okay. Thank you.
I mean, you could vote it down, that way it could just be clean, right, when we bring it to you. If it's continued, we'll have to bring back the same one, but we can have like an exhibit of the updated red line, whichever way you prefer.
Yeah, do you have a preference, Administrator Simmons?
I'm afraid of the message it may send to them if we turn it down.
If we voted down, yeah, okay, so we'll continue it. Somebody will.
Yeah, I would agree.
Can make a motion to continue it. And then, so in terms of the way the money is kind of flowing in this, it does seem a little bit convoluted, and it did to me until I thought about it a little bit more. And the difference between this money and the Walt Self situation is this is money from a voter approved ballot measure for a specific tax. So I believe that that is the reason that the money for this collected via this tax, it must go to a housing authority. Because Lyons does not have a housing authority and Boulder County is our housing authority, then it must go to the recipient, which is the town of Lyons, for us to give to the housing authority. So I agree it's convoluted, it's unfortunate, but I also see the reasoning behind it. And it's because it's a specific tax. So, and I think that if Carter Court is not feasible, we're gonna know really soon. Assuming, we get to a place where we do hopefully approve this resolution. And I agree that if given the choice, I would rather see all the money go to Seward, honestly. I think that has the most potential, and I also understand it's more complex because there are folks who own their units on that property, and so they have to figure out how to manage that. The zoning on that property is going to have to be addressed, and that's going to take some time. And the zoning can't really be addressed until there's a sort of a development concept so that the public knows what to expect out of that. And there can't really be a development concept until they have the funding and the time to create it. So I'm really glad to hear that there's a possibility of an extension for that. I agree that's where the tax money would have the biggest bang for the buck. No question about it. So that, and I also want to ask in terms of process. So we talked about bringing a draft back to the board. I don't think there's anything preventing staff from having conversations with Boulder County staff in the course of doing this.
No,
So
it's
that when-
legislative, so there's not any concern with that.
So then when you bring us something back to take a look at, we'll have some idea of Boulder County's responses or suggestions or, you know.
Ideally, we'll share it with them ahead of time and to the degree they respond back, we'll bring that back.
That's great. Okay, so just so that we're not working in a vacuum too. Yeah. Okay, so,
I have one other just comment.
yeah,
Regarding trustee Williams' concern, because this was purchased with federal ARPA dollars, they must follow federal uniform relocation.
oh, right.
And that's one of the other reasons my understanding was they would not be ready to spend the funds as well as the other things the mayor said. Is because it's like a 18-month, 24-month notice when you're going to relocate folks. Or folks have home ownership and you're letting them know we're gonna change that. So I do think they will have to follow the federal rules about uniform relocation.
With additional Colorado requirements for a mobile homeowner.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, which is. Really likely. So, and my other understanding was they could put 700 toward it, but it's gonna be a few million. And so, again. We committed to try to spend this 25, 26.
Yeah.
They want, you heard it, they want us to come back in 27 and ask for the total price of Seward. And they're planning on it, especially if they own it by, now they own it. Yeah, but I mean, at the time we started this whole thing, they did it.
Yep.
So that sounded promising to me.
Yeah. I think, I believe they're a great partner to work with when it comes to this.
They have for other projects.
They have been for other, I mean, you look at their history with Walt Self, with Bloomfield, with the other projects in town. Walt Self is a really special place. It really is. And so I'm thrilled that they want to continue to work with us. In terms of timing, does staff think that the November 17th meeting would be reasonable?
Yeah, absolutely. I do feel like we can work with them, I guess, to the degree you all might have further changes, or if we can work with maybe if any of you have written suggestions, to the degree we can get some clarity ahead of what we bring back to you on the 17th, that might be helpful too. Yeah.
I think we can present what we want to the housing authority folks. It's when it goes back to the commissioners and getting it on their calendar that kind of can, take more time.
Do you want to maybe inquire?
Yes.
And let us know, and then maybe we can schedule like an interim short workshop item, kind of check where we are.
I mean, you could continue it to the 3rd, and if it's not ready, we can continue it to the 17th.
Yeah.
That way, if we are ready and it is fairly quick to resolve, then we don't have to delay.
That's
So
a good
that's
idea.
Possibility too.
I think that's a good
Do
idea.
you also want us on top of these items if this moves forward after you vote? Do you want us to bring up that putting it in there or letting them know we have a couple other properties we'd like them to look at? Or do we not want to do that before you guys have kind of thought about those and what the public response may be?
I think it's useful for us to think about this as a pipeline of projects that are at different phases. But for now, to concentrate on these two. And I, for one, would not recommend raising whatever might be next or after next.
I just put it in terms of we're continuing to look for other opportunities if this one proves to be not feasible.
Yeah. Okay, great. Then is there a motion to continue this item to a date certain of November 3rd?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Any additional discussion?
Quick, just clarification, it's just a question in my mind about some of the math. Did I read this correctly that each year they're expecting to get about $18 million?
Yes.
That about 2/3 of that is likely to go to housing, call that 12 million. And that about 1/3 of that is likely to go outside of Boulder and Longmont for 4 million.
Yes.
And that at least for this year, then what we're talking about is our getting about 1/4 of the $4 million that they're sending around the non-urban parts of the county.
Correct.
That's correct.
And how we did that is they interviewed each community on need and potential projects in the next few years. Then the way it's decided is the city managers for each of those communities met and talked about what do you have ready now? What do you think you'll have in 27, 28? And I can tell you the money, most people are doing much bigger projects and asking for in the, million or 2 millions amounts. So it is kind of like Dr. Cause's hip. You gotta get in that, you gotta get in.
It's timing. Timing is everything. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so the motion and the second is to continue to November 3rd. Any additional discussion? Okay, call for the vote.
And that motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, everybody. All right, item 3 is discussion direction of staff, Boulder County Strategic Renewals Mitigation Grant application. Director Kaplan, is this you?
Unless Dave was on the Zoom and wanted to jump on.
Dave's not on.
Okay. So yes, we have the Strategic Fuels Mitigation Grant, which is, many of you probably know the wildfire mitigation funding that Boulder County puts out, at least the last couple of years that I'm aware of. We used the grant funding to assist with working on our CWPP last year. And then part of the reason for doing that was that to move forward with additional funding to take on actual projects, you needed to have the CWPP finished or at least worked on. In my dealing with the Boulder County rep who works with a lot of this, they are aware of where we're at and so would allow us to submit with the current CWPP in the works, hoping to be finished soon. So I didn't put together the whole cover memo. In looking at it, we do have some of the funding down towards the bottom. That the town could provide 20,000 and apply for a $40,000 grant. Guess one step back, Boulder County's match is 50%. So if you put together a project, the town would have to come up with 50% of the funding. We know we have a number of projects that were already documented from the Wildfire Task Force. Director Cosgrove and I just met with the Lions Fire Protection District's representative who's working on analyzing the town properties, and 3 of us working on what would be prioritized in the CWPP. So we do have plenty of projects to work on. We were not going in here to list a number of specific projects right now that we would go for, but more looking at should we apply for this grant as we work on getting these priorities in place, knowing we have plenty of projects to fund and that what the town has budgeted or is planning to budget for wildfire mitigation, we could basically double that, and we know we have the projects to do that because if we're awarded the fund, Boulder County would cover 50% and we would already have the budget for the 50% match that we needed.
Thank you very much. Thanks for bringing this to us.
So we think well, staff recommendation at this point, we do have in the budget you have in front of you right now, the proposed budget, we do have 40,000. 20,000 from parks, 20,000 from general fund. So if you want to leverage the most, we would use those as our matching funds toward this. And then try to do $80,000 worth of work. There was a little concern from staff if we could get that much done in a year. But we have until 2028.
It says.
To use it. So our recommendation is use the 40 as our match for their 40.
Double
Fight for that anyway. Doesn't mean we're good at it.
What is the, oh, never mind, I've seen the answer here, okay. Questions, comments?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Aaron, just a quick question. So you sound like you have a lot of mitigation targets in the hopper, right?
Right.
Are they all of the nature of like the South Ledge or Martin parcel where you might use forester to remove dead wood, or is it more like goats and brush country?
For the grant aspect, we were looking more at the forester projects. Knowing we just had the work at the Martin parcel and the South Ledge ditch. There are some other parcels in there that could use that work. There would be, I don't know exactly, I haven't looked at the grant application to determine if we can do some of the GOAT funding through that, but if so, we would be looking at some of that also, because that is something that there's more property with that concern now than there is with the forest area. The cost may be up there, but the number of acres, let's say, is more to mitigate be a goat or mowing.
I'm just trying to figure out here whether we go for a 40K grant with a 40K match, that's 80K worth of work. I know that the South Ledge project probably cost, I don't know, it was like 27 the first year, I don't know what the last
I
one
think it was
was.
15 or 20.
15, it was 18 for the Martin parcel. I mean, you can use up that money pretty quickly, but as you say, if we don't have these heavily forested areas.
Over 3 years, I
And we
mean,
have all of Eagle
If it's a
Canyon,
three-
Stone Canyon, all have very
Yeah,
rocky
3 years.
areas.
Okay.
Mountain View. Longs Peak.
I mean, I could see a world in which this money could, pay for our tree limb pickup around town. As fuel mitigation. Trustee Williams?
I think you've pretty much covered my question. I was just asking if there were specific things that we would otherwise use our 40 for that are not eligible for this
Oh.
grant. And if we have 3 years to spend their 40, I'm sure we have 3 years worth of our 40 plus 40 plus 40 to devote to it and to devote to other things that would be outside of this program.
Trustee Burn?
My question relates to something we haven't reached yet, but one of the things that we looked at a lot on the task force was a big reason that many jurisdictions have not done any kind of a retroactive retrofit requirement for existing properties is the cost of looking at compliance of that. And we've already been discussing our district, whether we could share some type of a position if those requirements get done in lines. How do we look at where people have cut down their junipers? Not is that potentially a use of this grant of funding a position for compliance with new code requirements?
Have to check.
I don't know.
That would be my
grant
I'd
application.
be very interested in that because like I said, that's one of the big hurdles to do any kind of a retrofit requirements. Is somebody on the staff has to check that it gets done properly. And if this is a way to potentially fund part of a position to do that, I think that would take care of one of the big hurdles in trying to do some retrofitting.
We do have some ideas we're gonna present to you at the budget regarding that.
Right, that's great.
We will check to see if staffing is eligible. But I know the concern we talked with Director Cosgrove was, can we spend that in a year? And then we found out we don't have to spend it in a year. And knowing every time we put goats out or something, you know, it's 15,000, 20. We still have a few areas where we could do more dead trees, you know, that we did the basics, but I think most projects we have done to date would be eligible. Because anything we do in regard to education has just been staff telling, you know, or whatever, so. I think the junipers could be a new program we could implement under this.
And that would be a very innovative program because nobody else is doing that. We would be a path, we'd be setting a new pathway. That may be something that would be attractive for them.
You know, we're starting at least the
Let's see how you make
voluntary
this
incentive of it.
stuff work.
If we're not ready to do retro totally, we could at least do a voluntary program with incentive the first couple of years.
Absolutely.
But all those things I know would be eligible as staffing, I don't know.
Well, let's find out, but I think, you know, I'm sorry.
I was just gonna ask, is the match required up front or just as the work occurs?
How did they do that this last time?
They-
I think they paid up front.
No, we've been submitting
Yeah.
invoices to them for the CWPP, so they've. then
Okay,
been
so we
paid.
could spend that 40K over 3 years. And have some funds.
Or at
left
least
over.
26, 27.
Fair enough, but we're not spending the entire budgeted amount on this. We could. Okay.
So we just need some direction if you want us to apply because it is due in next week. And if so, at what level?
I think we should apply for the whole 40,000.
May I also suggest that we find out whether the fire district would be eligible to apply? And let them know that the town intends to and ask them if they might consider.
Yeah.
Either filing their own application or participating in an application for a joint staff member.
That I made a note when you mentioned staff member to do that, and the one with the CWPP was joint with the Lions Fire Protection District. I believe the main item was we needed to be the fiscal responsible party. For whatever reason, it had to take the lead for that.
I would agree with Mayor Rogan, apply for the whole 40. And I would remind everybody that the budget survey responses from the citizens ranked fire risk mitigation very high. So I think it's.
Well, to me, we already have it in the budget. I mean,
Yeah.
if that makes it through this.
The money.
Yeah, why not? Just get a match to it.
Why would we not, why, yeah.
But a match to it.
No, get a match. Get it.
Okay, bad word choice, trustee Brown.
Yes, okay.
All right, great. So you have the direction on that. Terrific. All right, electric time of use implementation. We had a workshop on this earlier. Thanks again, Chair Kerr, if you're watching. I personally really liked the notion of kind of easing people into it with education and a different look on the bill. I particularly like the notion of having some data for folks to know when they're using the most electricity. I think that'll kind of get folks' habits more in line with where they want to be. But the question before us is, when do we want to start doing this? How do we want to start doing this?
It was just if you were on board with what the UEB is recommending as an implementation strategy, then we can start putting something together.
I am, I think it's phenomenal.
I do believe it's almost imperative to me that people be able to see where they're using it, how they're using electricity before it takes place. So that to me matters more than pretty much anything else. So that they know when it actually does happen, where they've really got to make their adjustments. I think if they don't have that ability, then it's a shock to the system.
I agree with you. My problem is, since I went to paperless, I don't ever look at my bill, I just pay it. I don't even look and see my kilowatt hours or my gallons long as it's not out of the norm, I just go ahead and pay it.
And so we might wanna. Big red star or something saying,
Some education.
you wanna, you wanna, this number matters, take a look at it.
Trustee Hammer?
Yeah, and I said this earlier, I mean, I think with electrification, the way Maine structures the rates, we're gonna see rate hikes, it's coming. So I think this is important to do, it's gonna be painful in some regards. But that said, that's why I mentioned earlier, if we go ahead and pass this and say, and just give a 6-month window, start reporting on it, say that it's not gonna take effect for 6 months. Whereas if we just start the education process up ahead of time without passing it, then I think people may not take it as seriously. And like Greg said, most people just pay the bill and just see if someone's, if it spikes, and you may be able to get it once a year, but so it's gonna be a tough education process. But I think we should provide a 6-month runway or good chunk of time.
Trustee Dottie?
Yeah, I agree with the 6-month phase in, and I also agree with the educational aspect, and I think that this is why I think I was wanting to see a sample of what that bill would look like leading up to it, because I think the language and the way it's presented, especially with the online bill in mind, is going to be very educational. I think it is instrumental in educating people. But I think if they can read it and understand it and see where their usage lies and at what time and how they can change their habits and how they can affect their bill, I think that's going to be really powerful. But I think it's going to be key getting that language and formatting down, that people understand it.
If they read their bills.
Right, that is true. Yeah, I barely read mine either.
I do read mine.
Did you read mine?
I believe that 6 months is, main reason I believe that's important is for everybody in the north side of town. That heats with electricity, so that they come into it in the spring.
Trustee Williams, anything to
There are visualization experts who know how to set up these statements. Just intuitively, I'd like to know what percentage of my bill is made up of high cost electricity. I could also imagine a little graph that shows what I use over time with a red band on the area that I prefer not to be using it at a high cost, but there are experts who do that. I would just encourage the people who design that statement to make that as simple and clear as possible.
Trustee Brian, do you have anything there?
I'm in favor of proceeding with this 6-month. Phase in seems appropriate for me.
Well, and I want to know how staff feels about a 6-month phase in, because you're the ones who actually have to do the work. And I'm also curious about, whether we can reach out to San Miguel and, ask them about any lessons they've learned during their rollout of this. So that maybe there are things we can emulate or avoid.
I think there's probably better examples in San Miguel just because they're a cooperative versus a municipal utility. And there's lots of people have done this now. It's not rocket science, I guess, in how to educate people. It's just you doing it the right way and doing it consistently enough and long enough, I think is the key.
Well, so in that case, I'd like to make a suggestion, a professional suggestion. There's a company in Boulder called eSource that compiles information about things like this. And if it's no or low cost, I would suggest looking at eSource and seeing if they have the best practices for rolling out time of use in small communities.
Yeah.
Or, disregard that suggestion as you see fit, but.
And I think APPA will have information for this, and we can solicit through CAMU too. People have educational materials they've already created. So we have lots of resources on this for sure.
Great.
Right, I was gonna say, as long as we're talking about the educational aspect, I don't know how much we can change the bill, what all the billing software we use, and then the third party that actually does the printing part, right? We have both our billing software and then there's a software company that people have signed up for that, and what formatting they would allow, how much text they can get on the paper. You think they can make it look just like that San Miguel bill?
What I was thinking, Aaron, potentially, I don't know if they can, but I think what may be an option is you just have them run 2 bills for every customer. One the actual bill and then one the proposed bill, basically. and then you say you're gonna have two bills in your, mailing. One is your actual and one is the new one.
The proposed new bill is going to have the current rate, so you just see your total like it normally is. But it also breaks it down over the
Right.
time. So you do see each tier in there and you see what it costs you currently, and then you also see the tiers.
Yeah.
But then you can also know if the proposed rate change is coming, what that would be. You'd have to do some math.
Yeah, I was wondering if we're already tracking the time use data, right? We're just not incorporating it into the bills.
No, we don't have it on the
Okay.
meters. So the first step was the commitment that we were moving forward. When I was talking in our staff meetings, we hadn't had the trustees had said to look at this, but not that we were moving forward with time of use. So if we're doing all of this, we wanted to make sure if we're putting it on the bills, if we're gonna start educating people that this is coming in 6 months, that is what you've all wanted before we start saying that.
Do you need a resolution? Are you asking for a
No.
resolution? Okay. Okay, so then the question is, do we want to move forward on time of use? Trustee Hamrick?
Yes.
Trustee Jackie? Trustee Will?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay, that's a unanimous, hopefully recorded, yes, we are moving forward on time of use.
And the timing of it, the UEB recommendation is to do it on one of the shoulder seasons, so either spring or fall. So if we can get it
all winter to
all prepared right by April, first May bill.
That's not 6, well,
Yeah, it's a little more than 6.
if they can.
May would be 6 months.
So I think it's getting the education part going, and you can start getting that out that your bill at the first of the month will be a new looking bill, or the first of the year, sorry.
Okay.
So we start telling people to start look for your January bill, pay attention to it.
Okay. Great, okay, good, so then let's move on to discussion direction on incremental rate increases for utilities.
So this was one that was really to find out more what the trustees thought, if we should be moving forward with billing or rate structure that gets increased every year. If there was other desires as far as incremental billing.
So I think my greatest concerns are our long-term infrastructure costs, for which we have not adequately prepared. I've lived here long enough to have gotten hit with one giant increase because the work hadn't been done to figure out what it actually was costing. And I would be in favor of moving to a CPI increase in all of these areas except electricity, because we can't. Or figure out just what the process is each year to do electric and do that process each year. But I would rather see us be matching the water on this and be looking at a CPI increase. And that's primarily because I think even if so we don't have the $300,000 bond anymore, we're better off there. Yeah, but we're gonna have so many costs related to water and going into the future. I'd rather see us start building those reserves, I think.
So it might be though looking at more of a capital improvements type increase than just the CPI. That was Director Eystone earlier when we were talking, was doing some of the spreadsheets showing that just doing the CPI is not gonna necessarily be enough for capital improvement needs.
Yeah.
Wouldn't
So-
CPI just kind of keep us at parity with inflation?
It's gonna have to be CPI plus.
Yes.
The CPI gets us started. That's why I'm saying, to me, that's just a starting point. It's a minimum, right? But yeah, clearly there's gonna have to be a lot more than that. That's not gonna be enough to cover that.
That's only gonna cover staffing and materials and equipment and operating costs.
It's just so we don't fall behind for.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a starting point, but I agree. When we get to budget, she'll show you some of these. If we're really gonna invest for long-term capital, we'll have to be done. Yeah.
Is there anybody opposed to starting with CPI? Or everything but electric?
We can't really do it for electric. And doing it, let's break down the four funds. We can't really do it for electric because there's a state mandated process apparently.
You can do it.
You can do
We can.
You just have a time.
He said notification.
Yeah, I mean, you can do it, but you have to do it every year.
Right.
Yeah, it's a timing thing. It's a sending mailers thing, putting the newspaper thing. You can do it, but it would just be a lot of process.
The wastewater fund is kind of set up, not the wastewater fund, the stormwater fund was set up as a flat monthly bill that we haven't changed. My inclination on that would be to see what happens with the culvert repair project. We may or may not have to increase it at all. If we get a grant, there's almost enough money in there to do that. I think, and that's an example of, I think ratepayers are more receptive to increases when they're tied to specific projects. And I think what you risk by doing inflationary increases in all the funds every year is and they're not going to be enough to cover capital projects. When you get to the capital project point, people are going to say, you already increase all of our utilities every year and now you're hitting us again. They're going to see it as a double rate increase. And it's in the code already. We do it already for the wastewater because we own our own and operate our own wastewater plant. The needs to increase our electric rates and our water rates are not entirely driven, but largely driven by the increases that we get for mean on our and WAPA on our 15% that you mentioned today on our wholesale electricity costs. And our water costs are largely driven by what Longmont increases to us. And it makes sense to me, more sense to me, to match those increases, to reflect those increases, I should say, in our rates, than it is to try to do an every year inflationary increase. Because we don't operate our own water treatment plant and we don't operate our own electricity generation. Those are dependent on third-party sources, and that's kind of historically what we've done. That doesn't mean that each year we see a capital project coming, we can't say we're going to go ahead and rates in the following year because we know this is coming. Example, if we do, I think we're in the proposed budget for 2026 is doing a survey basically of the old Apple Valley water line. We're going to do it this year, that put off to next year. If it comes back and says this is in danger of failure, we're gonna have to go for a rate increase. And whether you've done some 3% inflationary increase the prior year or not isn't gonna make that much difference. I prefer time increases to anticipated needs, although that does make it incumbent on the boards and the staff to anticipate what's coming down the road, which is why we do our capital project planning in our budgets. So I'm okay with doing it as we do now in the wastewater area. I'm not sure that it has the effect that is intended in the other funds because they're so largely driven by other increases that we have no control over.
Thank you. I'm gonna respectfully disagree with that. I think that I take the point about ratepayers thinking, gosh, we're gonna get slammed with a double rate increase if there's a capital project. Also, I think people in general are used to the cost of living going up and up and up. And so if the cost of gas is going up, the cost of eggs is going up, the cost of milk is going up, it's reasonable to assume that also the cost of energy or any utility is going to go up to the same degree. So, which is not pleasant for anybody, but it's It's just reality. And tying increases to CGI where we can gives some assurance that at least the town will be able to cover some costs increases that the town is experiencing as a result of inflation too.
One more quick thought about that. I had a former UEB member ask me this week, hey, how come our rates didn't go down when that water bond got paid off last year? And my answer was, because we're gonna need the money for the wastewater treatment plant. So I mean, increasing it every year presumes that your rates will never drop, even if you pay off a big debt service.
Maybe not.
So that's
Okay.
another.
Other thoughts, Trustee Miller?
Well, I was just gonna say, I think probably on Wednesday, we'll hear from Director Haystone and we'll see, we're gonna need, like, I haven't seen it, but you know, tens of millions of dollars of capital improvement. So I think there's covering operating expense, but there's also covering long-term capital costs. And so the point is, I think part of this conversation we're gonna have, we done Wednesday and Thursday. My guess is we're gonna be in for a rude surprise.
I think that's a great point about the timing of these discussions, and I wonder whether we need to make this decision now, or we can make it after we do budget and talk about it and
Right, I don't know if this one really had a big direction to staff. I think it was trying to get out before spending all this time at the budget meetings when you're trying to get through the whole budget, to have an idea of how we should be moving forward. If you hear, okay, we need to do these projects, do we want to say, okay, yeah, let's start the plan. We need 200,000 a year in capital. What does that equate to in a rate increase? So right, otherwise we would have this whole conversation during the budget meeting and you'd have an extra hour during that time.
well, clear as mud to you, I'm sure, right now, what the board wants, but I think what we want to have is more discussion about it.
Okay.
and more
Yeah, no, there's
discussion
no-
of the possible. Yeah,
The only other reason was, you know, we'll be getting the fourth quarter well, we won't have that by the time we adopt the budget, but, we talked about how it takes, you know, first reading, second reading day, and then 30 days or more for electric. That if we wanted to get a full year of that increase, we needed to do it sooner than later.
when does the fourth quarter CPI come out?
It'll come out right away in January.
In January.
But that was what we had talked about at one time, was trying to do this in October so it could be implemented in January, because every year we budget for, if we do budget for an increase, we end up only getting 9 months on it. Because by the time yeah. So no, but there's no reason tonight. Doesn't have to be.
I would rather do it tonight, that's all. I mean, this one to me is really apart from the budget. I think it's something that, you know, my long-term care insurance costs went down. I thought, what, do I have a bad company? Is there something wrong with my agent? I mean, you know, it is there's just an assumption, I think. That there is a cost of living. Period. And that, you know, I would rather see us do this now than move on. I think that that's just me.
I like the CPI, as long as we don't go back to 1980, when we have 17-18%.
Yeah, we can't guarantee that.
Yeah, I know. No, I'm fine with the CPI. I agree with Mayor Pro Tem. I think that, we can divorce this from the budget and sign on this.
Trustee Darcy?
Yeah, I'm happy to follow along with the CPI.
Trustee Yerma, what do you think?
At least get us started till after budget.
Trustee Williams?
I generally agree. I would think of it as two separate questions. One is what the level of increase we think is required in order to fund future capital needs and to keep up with inflation. So what the rates should be. And the other is the process by which we, on some regular basis, adjust those rates. Which I thought was the main question you needed from us, was how we wanted to not decide what the exact number was this year, but on what rhythm or cadence or process we wanted to employ in order to change it every year or every couple of years, or when something big came up. On the question of what the number would be, CPI seems fine, maybe low. Sounds like we are likely to have high expenses. So CPI is very easy to justify, but may not turn out to be sufficient. And it sounds like that's something that is a question maybe for the budget. On the question of the rhythm or the cadence for doing it, I'm a huge fan of standardization. If we can do something every year and do it the same way for all of them, including electricity, even if that takes a little extra notice and publication, but we get in the rhythm of doing it and it turns out to be almost automatic. If you're doing it same way, same time, every year, all the utilities, I would vote for doing that.
Great.
One clarifying first, keep talking CPI as shorthand, but are we actually talking about the Colorado inflationary gauge that, Director Eystone has used already that we're using for the
We use
wastewater?
the Boulder Denver Index.
No, as of last year, we specifically changed it. It was in the code as that, and that index didn't exist. The one we used didn't exist anymore. We changed it.
The name of it?
Colorado.
Under the wastewater one, we have the-
Colorado, August calculator.
Colorado CPI.
Yeah, it's Colorado CPI, but it's not particularly called a CPI, but I think we ought to use whatever that, I don't remember the term.
Yeah, we
But
changed it.
Director
I don't
Eystone
remember
recommended
either.
it.
But we can look at that and
Yeah.
use that as the
Rather than
language to
saying
bring
CPI.
forward.
We are already using that for.
And-
It says CPI, the CPI adjustment.
Include electric or not?
Yes.
Yeah, include electric.
But as trustee Williams brought up, then if you're looking at how to do that, that came up because when the UEB talked about this, it was if you're gonna have it. Then if you want the rate to go up every year, it's in the code, you still need to do an ordinance every year.
Yeah.
Or we just do one more ordinance now to change it to resolution with a public hearing.
We'll be
I,
bringing
let's
forward
do that.
Yeah.
That would be one we
That.
could bring forward
Yeah,
as soon as we can.
thank you. Yeah, thanks for reminding us.
Multiple budgets here. I'm in favor of the ordinance with, doing it by resolution with public hearing.
Yeah.
Oddly enough, required an ordinance to provide for this, but that's where we should end up at, in my opinion, is, a resolution with public hearing. I'm not in favor of the automatic, increases for every fund every year, but the majority of the board obviously is, so.
Yeah.
Or we'll bring something forward.
Great, thank you. Okay.
Might take a couple weeks to get those ready.
Took a while to get there, but we did. Okay.
Yeah.
So our final discussion direction item was also continued from the last meeting. That's, board and commission scope of responsibilities in the municipal code.
Yeah, and if you want to push this back, there again is no hurry. But if you wanna try to just hammer through it, we can as well.
That's our last item. Let's try to hammer through it if everybody agrees. I couldn't look Kay Sparks in the eye if we didn't.
I'm gonna share my screen.
They've only been waiting since February.
I know.
We did, as you guys know, we did get some feedback through the workshop. Not direction, but feedback, and so, I'm sharing I did make some changes to my original presentation based on that discussion, so hopefully that will help. Do you know why mine's not sharing, Dolores?
No. There it is. There you go.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so if you recall, the history, general provisions, the only thing we were recommending was changing second vice chair. It seemed there was a preference for a recording secretary.
Yep.
So that is changed on my new materials here. The Lions Arts and Humanities, no changes. Board of Adjustments, it would just be, instead of Town Inspection Division, calling it the Building Department. Historic Preservation, going to 7 members like the rest. Parks and Recreation, they did, want to add under point number 5, that it would be recommend applications to funding sources to support parks, open space and trails and recreational opportunities with approval of the board.
Great.
And they added multimodal trails. And we should now be saying, we'll take out including sidewalks.
Yep.
And the UEB did discuss this and they are willing to take sidewalks.
Excellent.
So planning commission, no changes, sustainable future, no changes. Ecology board, if you recall, we talked about making this a little more consistent with the others, more kind of broad in scope instead of really detailed.
Just refresh me, the gray means what?
Gray means take those out. Because it's already covered under the first two, giving you the permission to, I mean, giving you that as your area, it's just not as specific.
Okay.
And it's more operation, more advisory, less operation.
Yeah. And taking out this written plan for all vegetation, including trees and shrubs annually. You haven't been doing that one.
So, Tori, on item 4 there, didn't we have the discussion that basically you should say the ecology advisory board should review all site designs? Because we wouldn't know if they were ecologically important until they came before us. And we remember we had that discussion.
Yeah, so what would you like to do for?
Well, I think it just needs to say the ecology advisory board shall review all site designs.
You want them even though downtown Main Street?
We've received them before.
I mean, but is that what the board wants?
I know, but it's as simple as. I've signed off on these many times. I've looked at it, I've said, no, this doesn't concern us. I've sent it back to the planning department.
Yeah.
Is site design the right word too, or is it really just a development? Development approval, which requires a referral.
Oh, I know what this was. The site design was highlighted because Lisa said it's really not site design. It should say,
Development agreement?
yeah, it was a different word.
Development proposal, or what do you think it requires referral? But site design is I don't think is accurate.
That's what it was. It wasn't to take it out. It's just to get the right word in there of what you want referrals on. Making sure you'll get them, just saying it was site design was not the right term. Cause site design, every time we get a deck submitted from someone's house, they do a site design.
So what's the proper?
I think it is something more like, development proposals
Sure, that's fine.
or things like that.
I think you ought to strike for all ecologically important parcels of land, like you say, just to review.
You don't know important until you see it.
Okay, I can't do it in this format,
But
but
only ones which are otherwise referred. You wouldn't want to like get everything, I would think. So
they do.
We changed that where all of the
Yeah.
commissions.
Yeah.
It's already there.
There were some other changes here. And you'll still have one more shot. This isn't, I'm just gonna
Gotcha.
Yeah, this is.
gonna draft an ordinance from this, so if there's something else you come up with, that's okay. Utilities did talk about it and said they would include streets and sidewalks under their purview. Anything that's more multimodal or not hard surface, park still wants to be involved. And then you had your recommendations from LAHC. And if you recall, they had said, what does oversee mean? And I believe in my notes, it said, we took that out to help oversee.
Yeah.
This one I don't know that we have talked about. Provide volunteer services within the town to provide for basic aging needs. Is that really their role or is that more?
I don't think that's their role at all. I think that introduces liability. If members would like to volunteer to do that, there's plenty of organizations they can volunteer with.
So maybe actively support the engagement of the aging generation.
Yeah, I'm sure you can come up with some phrasing.
Is that consensus?
Promote, support, something other than provide.
There you go. Promote or support. You're taking notes from me, Phyllis? Okay, and then the last one, design programs that are tailored to and accessible to the most vulnerable households.
I don't think that's their purview either.
Yeah.
Which one is that one?
The very number 5. It's saying they're gonna design the programs for folks where that's really
And
an advisory board. Is that an advisory board?
yeah, it's not, and that assumes that the board is composed of people who know how to do program design, which is a pretty.
Maybe
big
again, we say
assumption.
support programs.
Mhm.
Support programs
You would
that,
say promote programs.
yeah,
Support and promote.
okay.
Because they do that anyways, put their articles and everything stuff.
But like the
They're
area
promoting
aging
programs.
agency is doing that and
Advocate for.
advocate for could be an option. If you give me some options there, Dolores, I'll take them back to Kate and see what she.
I don't know if advocate, that assumes like you're, will always, I don't know, we'll talk about it.
Okay. This was their request on the section 6. Instead of any service, those pertaining to housing and human services.
Fair enough.
And then they also want to take an active role in trying to identify funding sources. And facilitating access to appropriate housing.
And that's basically, I think, because of how they help facilitate the application process for lands and light townhomes.
Yeah.
But it's upon your request, upon the board's request.
Yeah.
So,
And just a caution about that, I think that can get confusing.
yeah.
I think it is hard sometimes for people to understand what the different roles are.
Yeah, and I think that the mission is the town.
How about take out facilitate here? And, again, some way.
Publicize,
What was the word you used?
publicize.
Publicize or support?
We can, I'll talk with her about it there versus them facilitating it.
Yeah.
So, but I think she thought she covered it by saying upon your requests.
Yeah.
Student advisory, no changes. So if these look reasonable, we'd like to put them into an amended ordinance to bring back to you
Fantastic.
in November.
Thank you. Thanks for your work on this.
So you still have 2 more opportunities if something else pops up, first and second.
All right. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Okay, trustee reports. Trustee Hammer, we're gonna start with you.
Night, Erin.
Night, Erin.
Good.
Night.
SFC met a week ago Thursday. We had 1 member, the chair show up.
Now you have 2 more.
Yeah. So there's lots of conflicts, but what came up, we had 2 other ex-members show up. And they were kind of nudged off because their 6 years had come up. And so I was just reading here where upon approval of the mayor, they could stay on beyond 6 years. So we had some discussion about that because it was Don and Dave who were very
Well, and Don just got reappointed.
yeah. So as we talked through this, it was a shame we bumped off 2 members and we're looking for some. We should have waited
Yeah.
until.
Actually, the code says that they are to remain seated until someone else is
Yeah.
reappointed.
So.
So I don't know where that came from, but
There's some
it certainly
miscommunication, but
come from us.
the point got brought up is when we advertise for vacancies. Let's say Dave and Don stayed on until new members were appointed somehow, and Kim was there, so we could just change the reporting that shows there was availability. So if somebody's interested, they should come on. In the meantime, they just.
No, because
sit
the
down.
other commission that had long-term, we told them we're actively seeking and if we find someone, you'll be
Yeah.
number 1, you'll be number 2. But I don't know how.
Somehow that message didn't come across.
So, yeah, that's.
I think I know how, but it's unfortunate. You're welcome to reapply or
Yeah, I
or
think we're
attend-
full.
attend
right
and
now
not-
with the
and not vote.
vacancies.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Nope.
All right. Trustee Bastion.
You've already received a detailed update by the LAHC chair here, Claudia Paterno, so I won't add anything to that, except to say that I did see the beginning of the mural on the Broadway Annex building, so that's really exciting. And thank you for nominating Xenia to the Student Advisory Committee. Now we have enough commissioners to hold a meeting.
Yay.
So hopefully that first week in November, we'll get them together and start going over some basics.
Perfect. Thank you very much, trustee Wills.
I'm missing a first Parks and Rec Commission meeting. Well, they jiggered the schedule around, just so happened to fall on a trustee meeting night, so it won't happen again.
Okay.
Ecology board meeting tomorrow night. November 1st, Prospect Neely Fire Mitigation Project. They've got 15 people signed up for it so far on the Boulder County site. The only thing I have to make sure of now is I have to get a hold of the Boulder County Forester and say, did you do the work? I don't want people showing up there and having nothing to do, so. All I have.
Terrific, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
HPC met last Wednesday. And are receiving the grant of $2,500 for sure. For people in town to know what they need to do for their property to be considered for historic preservation status. The U Trail is still on hold. And the commission said they do not want a historic preservation. They believe the historical area design guidelines are adequate, maybe need to be tweaked, but not a historic preservation district. That's it for them. I was the one who requested the information on the four-way stop. I'm satisfied with the report that came back on that, don't want anything else on there. And the thing, of course, which, is the reason I'm here at this meeting, it's the entire reason I ran for office, is the 11 posts stuck in the ground.
I see this.
I see them every time now.
Now you all
Yes.
see them. It starts just west of where the ditch goes underneath the highway. And then proceeds toward Black Bear Hole. There's 11 of them.
I wonder if it's
pulled out and the ropes taken.
Dolores, we need to.
Well, actually,
You say you have to do it, didn't you?
Did not happen. They have not been removed.
I actually talked to Dave Cosgrove about that. Those were actually installed there because
People are
people will
parking.
park wherever they want, and as they're parking and there was nowhere to park, they're running over all the irrigation lines,
Oh my God.
So they were put
In
there
that
for a
case,
reason.
then the rope needs to be put back up.
Yeah.
And put back up in a way that's more aesthetically.
It's probably not a problem in the winter.
Yeah.
Got it.
Because what's there now is clearly something that had a purpose at some point in time and no longer has a purpose.
Well, once we take them down, we'll have to put it right back up. But that's what he said. They put those up because they're running over the sprinkler heads.
Yeah, put new rope up, put better rope up, put
Put signs.
it's so aesthetically not connecting to everything else now that the grass is really grown in and all the art stuff is there. It's like, really? So.
Got it.
I not that I have strong feelings about it.
Hilarious. Trustee Browning?
Let's see, the EDC met, last Wednesday, and Director Isom gave a good presentation to bring them up to speed on current and future budgets, including potential budget deficits that need to be looked at, and there was discussion about how economic development that produces more taxes, more local businesses, as we heard tonight with 402 Main and heard it from URA at the hotel to address those deficits. So the EDC is up to speed on that. There are still some EDC members on their own are still working to see if anything can be done to reconstitute the Chamber of Commerce, but I'm not sure that's gonna happen anytime soon. There's some possibility of them being like a subset of the Boulder Chamber of Commerce. It's just a lot of difficulty in recreating lost records and stuff, and it doesn't look like to me like that's likely to happen anytime soon. The UEB met on the afternoon of the same day. Much of what they talked about was presented in various things you heard tonight. They are working, as I think Director Kaplan mentioned earlier tonight, on, trying to equalize the, water rates for residential and commercial customers as we just did for electric rates. There's, for reasons that have kind of been lost in history, the base rates differ on water for, residential and non-residential customers, and so do the rates, to some extent. There's no real reason that we pay the same wholesale water rates to Longmont for the water, whether it serves residential or commercial customers, and it really, as a fairness matter, they're working on how to balance that out, but they have to do that in such a way that it doesn't adversely affect our overall revenue, so there's a lot of math involved, so they're working on that.
Great, thank you. Thank Trustee Williams.
PCDC had a workshop, not a full meeting, last Tuesday. There were no submittals, so we spent the time talking about what we call comp plan review, which in my mind comprises three things. One was what the commission's priorities should be, that is what they would do. The second was what kind of reporting back to the trustees they owe the rest of us. I would say that's what they would say or how they would say it. And finally, whether they had any input into what they would be considered obliged to do as a commission, what their mandate would be. So what they would be, what they do, say, and be. On what they do, they basically adopted our priorities, the trustees' stated priorities for the year, mostly wildfire. Second, simplifying process to encourage ADUs and other things. And then finally, had some discussion about how people thought about growth in Lions, what the optimal size of Lions would be, what growth would be required in order to sustain the work that we need on infrastructure and other things. So standard planning questions that I think people had different grasps of, different opinions about. On what they might say and how they would report back to us. I think they basically deferred to Planner Ritchie, who will be asking that same question of other commissions. And thinking about it to be reporting back to the trustees. And then no changes on what they wanted to be, no changes to the definition of the commission. The one other thing that came up that is a difficult question for the PCDC is how they weigh in on some of those things. So most naturally, they will weigh in automatically when a submission comes to them. But then if they have meetings like the one on Tuesday where there is no submittal to work, should they be working with Planner Ritchie on how to improve the processes, how to simplify processes, how to make real the policies that the board promotes and endorses, and that they're then responsible for executing on. So I think they're trying to sort out what their relative role is, not just on the execution of very specific proposals, but on the codification of the way that we all pursue the things that we think are important.
Sounds like a good workshop.
Yeah, that was it.
Okay, so Dr. Cog met last week. Lisa Kaufman came and gave a really interesting presentation with her team about Front Range Passenger Rail, which was really well received. Lots of questions from the board of Dr. Cog about how this will all work. So if you're interested, I don't know if Dr. Cog has meeting recordings. I think they probably do. But it was a really interesting presentation. And it looked from the Front Range Rail map, district map that they had projected on the screen. It looked like Lyons is not in the district. It looked like there was like this little notch in Boulder County that wasn't in the rail district. And I didn't want to stop the conversation to ask that question. So I wonder if staff might look into that and see, are we in that district? Because it's a taxing district. So I think it's kind of important to know. And
Whether in a rail district,
yeah, the Front Range Passenger Rail District, all of Boulder County except this little notch.
it makes sense since we don't have any railroad line here anymore.
Well, I know. Well, plenty of Boulder County doesn't have any railroad line, and they're still in the district. So anyway, we also got a a AAA update, area agency on aging, the Dr. Cagliari Agency on Aging, which was really disturbing. What we learned is that one of the, aside from AAA not having any money, you know, like the funding getting cut, apparently there is a trend of when prisoners age out of prison, they're being put in nursing homes, Medicaid nursing homes. And this is leading to increased crime and violence in Medicaid nursing homes. And so it's a prison system, Medicaid nursing home kind of triangulation that just sounds really awful. And Area Agency on Aging is aware of the issue. They're not sure they can do anything about it quite yet, but and I don't know whether the legislature can do anything about that, but it just was striking to hear about. Housing and Human Services met, we discussed the ADUs. The ADU kind of what's stopping you events in great detail, so those are gonna move forward in some way, shape or form, but conversations are ongoing. And the Boulder County Consortium of Cities starts Wednesday evening immediately following our budget workshop. So, oh my God, I'll be attending that via Zoom.
Oh, wow.
Jeez. And that's, you know, that's, and Netherland is very, very grateful for the town of Lyon's support during their fire. And there is going to be a fundraiser on the 25th at the Wayback with Sean Dunn making his incredible barbecue. And Wayback donating a portion of the proceeds. And Mayor Billy says he's going to try to come.
What is that date?
25th, Saturday.
There's also one further out at Spirit Camp, so I don't remember the dates.
Oh, yeah, I bet there's a bunch. So, all right, can we please have a summary of action items?
Yes. Let's see, item 1, I have from the workshop, the board would like to see a percentage of use and / peak by peak on utility bills. Also from the workshop, see a transition, a sample bill before that goes live. Next I have add alternative retroactive measures to the wildfire, the WRC to the online agenda for the 10:30 meeting. Next I have ordinance 1196 was moved to a date certain of January 20th, 2026. Ordinance 1197 was moved to a date certain of January 20th, 2026. There was a future agenda item request to review downtown off-street parking regulations. Next I have discuss use tax from 402 Main Street at the budget workshop. Then I have ordinance 1199 passed to second reading. Ordinance 1200 also passed to second reading. Next I have staff was directed to prep the letter of support for mail delivery to 402 Main. Next I have resolution 2025-74 was continued to a date certain of 11/2/25. Next, staff is to apply for. I'm sorry, what?
I think it's 11/3.
It's 11/3.
11/3, yeah, thank you. Next, staff is to apply for the $40,000 fire mitigation grant. Staff is also to see if the fire district is eligible to apply and if a staffing position is eligible for that funding. Next, I have board consensus was to move forward with the time of use and get the education piece in motion. Also, research if eSource has any best practices for rolling out time of use. Then draft ordinance to switch to a drafted ordinance that will allow us to switch to use a resolution to approve for approval for the annual CPI increase that will also include electric. Next, the board and commission ordinance will come back with changes that were recommended by Administrator Simonson. And last I have staff is to research if Lyons is in the Front Range Rail District.
Thank you. Administrator Simonson, anything else?
Oh, one more thing, remove the poles.
Or at least the rope.
Remove the rope.
Upgrade or downgrade.
For sure.
One thing on your parking rules and in your request, I think that was me that suggested that. I'd like to run that by the EDC first, so I didn't really understand that as a upcoming
By
meeting agenda request. I'd like to have the EDC talk about that before I bring it to the board.
Okay, great.
Also, the CPI, is actually not CPI,
Right.
but I forget what.
Colorado
Yeah,
Economic Development.
Can tell you what the.
I actually looked it up, and it's Consumer Price Index as established by the Colorado Office of State Planning and Budgeting is what we put in the code.
Federal.
Colorado, we can call it Colorado CPI.
Colorado CPI, gotcha.
I don't have anything more.
Brandon, did you have anything additional?
No, there's some additional research on resources for education on time of use.
Perfect.
From
Thank you.
eSource, correct?
Well, and
Resource and then APPA, CAMU, all the above, so.
Just one source. All right, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second? All right,
Motion passes unanimously.
thank you, at 10:34.
yeah, my phone's already in bed.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Night. Thank you,
I
Brandon.
have it